Central Legislative Guide. So these documents, right now it may sound very academic, but only if you read these or you're understanding the push because of which you have a pre-pack, you will have a special insolvency resolution framework for MSMEs. Only by understanding why all these push came and what was the reason, what is the challenges being faced globally, can you address those challenges when that framework comes into India? It won't take much time because already a lot of proposed amendments are there. In the discussion paper which they brought in Jan 2023, they wanted to amend IBC, and unfortunately, this was not put up for amendment. But there also they are talking about expanding pre-pack to non-MSMEs. A lot of other changes also. For operational data, they want to have priority in payment and some fixed payment. So we have to understand the challenges much before it gets put on us. I mean, we can't wait for some framework to come and then understand, oh, this is called pre-pack and these are the challenges. No. If something is there already working globally and there's a fair chance of that being implemented in India, like group insolvency, right? A lot of literature is there already, and even the government is discussing on bringing framework for group insolvency. Cross-border got shelled off recently because they feel out of 50 countries which brought in, only 2 or 3 got it enacted. So cross-border, even they brought 2-3 reports. CBRC 2 also gave a report on cross-border, but they have shelled off for now. But topics which have a lot of chance probability of coming up, we should get ready for them by understanding the very basis on which they are coming, right? We should, if it's a inspiration from a foreign jurisdiction, we can always pick up these reports and read and get ourselves ready for the challenges. When a pre-pack framework gets effective, you will be one of the first people to understand the real issues and address those issues properly from the root cause. So this is UN Central Legislative Guide on Insolvency Law for Micro and Small Enterprises. So this was released in 2021. So here also I'll send this as well. So they gave certain recommendations on how legislators should approach an insolvency resolution framework for MSMEs. So they say that you should have simplified insolvency regime. What are the key objectives there? And you should apply to all MSMEs. There should not be class by class segregation in application. You have to have comprehensive treatment of all debts of individual entrepreneurs. See, that's also again and again they keep on recommending this, that you have to treat the debt of individual entrepreneurs as well. If you want to resolve MSME, you have to simplify insolvency proceeding, probably have a competent authority separately for this, right? What are the functions which can be of that competent authority? Independent professional, what should be his function? Support, how you have to build up an ecosystem to support the insolvency. What should be the default procedure and treatment? Short time periods, you should have reduced timelines for compliance, reduced formalities, right? All these recommendations. Recommendation 14, possible grounds for denial of application. Recommendation 20, once again, yeah, recommendation 14, debtor in possession as the default approach. So I don't suspend the management continues, which we have in the pre-pack also. Rights and obligation of debtor in possession, what all he's expected to do. So he cannot do any fraudulent transaction during the pre-pack, right? So similarly, so they also recommend that, what are the rights and duties of debtor in possession. Limited displacement of debtor in possession. So if he does a fraud, always an independent professional can replace him. So all these recommendations have been given to approach a proper designing of a MSME insolvency resolution framework. Right, so quite detailed, a lot of recommendations. So some countries might find some recommendation useful, some might not, but this works as an authoritative guidance for how future framework should be designed. Now I'll just come to the subcommittee's report, on which basis we have the ordinance, which got in the pre-pack into the system. So they did not even wait for the ILC report. Subcommittee gave a report and we went on with the ordinance and we got the pre-pack in. So this issued by MCA, report of subcommittee on ILC on pre-packaged insolvency resolution process, shortly called as PPIRP. See, the procedures of pre-pack or procedures of any insolvency process they are like they're in black and white. Uh, there's a flow chart given in IBA website, and they even have brochure prepared on pre-pack insolvency resolution process, and the procedures also given in the regulations and the code, saying that special resolution should be there. Lenders of 66% should approve. IP should be nominated by 10% value of lenders. So all these procedures are fine, but we should understand challenges which are there, why this was brought in, how to address this, how to approach the MSME insolvency framework. So procedures can be followed black and white, but if you don't understand the challenges, it will become very difficult to implement it when you take up an assignment. So this subcommittee report chaired by Dr. M.S. Sahuji. So here they talk about, insolvency regime, IBC, how IBC came to being, 3 years of success. Then they talk about COVID and how COVID has an impact on MSMEs. Then they talk about resolution options, which are there already. Then they talk about pre-pack resolution, page number 13. So I'll not go through the entire report. I'm just showing you. So they are stating the RBI's prudential framework, which gives the options for resolution and all. Summary of options. CRP under the code, scheme under Companies Act Section 230, RBI's prudential framework, and bilateral negotiation between the parties. So very neatly they have put, debtor in possession model is not there under CRP, but is there under other alternatives. Moratorium is there only in CRP, not in other alternatives. Interim finance only in CRP, not in other alternatives. Scope of resolution plan can be very wide in CRP, wider in Companies Act, and RBI it can only cater to financial liability. Negotiation, financial operation both can be done. Approval, CRP 66%. Companies Act 75% by value, RBI 75% by value and 60% number, and informal bilateral negotiation 100% consent of both. Time limit, CRP 180 days, RBI 180 days. Apart from that, other two does not have a time limit. So they have given neatly that how different resolution are available. Then they talk about pre-pack. So they say with considerable learning and maturity of the ecosystem, reasonable fair debtor-creditor relationship in place, the ground seems ready to experiment new options for resolution of stress. The experience from implementation of code, including evaluation of system, stabilization of process, growing jurisprudence, has prepared ground to look at new initiatives. A lot of stories, good fancy words, invited suggestions for implementation of pre-pack resolution. Pre-pack has emerged as an innovative corporate rescue method that incorporates the virtues of both informal and formal insolvency proceedings. It seems to be preferred hybrid framework as it empowers stakeholders to resolve stress of company as a going concern with minimum assistance of a state. It is considered fast, cost efficient, and effective in resolution of stress much before the value deteriorates, with the least business disruption and without attracting stigma attached with formal insolvency process. It starts with informal understanding, engages stakeholders in between, and ends with judicial blessing of the outcome. Though the nuances differ across jurisdictions, the insolvency laws around the world provide a variant of pre-pack in addition to regular resolution. All the extant formal resolution options in India already have a blend of pre-pack. Section 12A, the withdrawal of CRP section, allows the parties to close CRP with approval of 90% of COC. Rules allow withdrawal of an application for CRP before its admission with the approval of adjudicating authority. An application for SOA needs to include scheme of arrangement, needs to include any scheme consented to by not less than 75% of secured credit in value. RBI's prudential framework envisages a consensual process between creditors. So they say there's a blend of informality or blend of pre-pack in all the existing resolution processes as well. Pre-pack blend should blend enough informality that enables stakeholders to mold it to fit to all circumstance, making it a sort of some size fits all. As much as pre-arranged and pre-packaged proceeding are considered, they're considered more efficient than formal reorganization under Chapter 11. So they are comparing with Chapter 11 of US bankruptcy and pure out-of-court restructuring. It must be within basic structure of code. It must imbibe all features within which CRP makes. So moratorium, binding nature of resolution plan. and creditor in control. These things should not be changed in pre-pack. Both out-of-court restructuring process bankruptcy needs to be strengthened to make them effective, transparent, etc. Pre-pack has its share of concerns such as serial pre-packaging, controlling parties by the company successively to avoid debt rather than rescue the company, and lack of transparency from unsecured creditors. Though emanated from market practice, pre-pack is getting formal and acquiring regulation to address these concerns. So they refer to a proposal in UK. Since pre-pack is new, there is a suggestion to experiment it in a controlled regulatory sandbox environment. So they thought, let's put it on MSMEs first before we put it on everybody. However, given limitation of one size fits all, which is also not available in respect of COVID-19, and defaults less than 1 crore of this are when the economy needs to recover fast, one may substitute experiment by a careful design of pre-pack. I'll request Ms. Anilji to mute. Pre-pack based on learning from expired. Hold on. Thank you. So since the economy needs to recover fast, one may substitute the experiment by careful design of pre-pack based on learning from experiment of pre-packs in other jurisdictions. Possibly by starting point could be variant of pre-pack, which requires least preparation and can be ruled out with existing ecosystem. So this is the context in which they brought out the pre-pack, learning from other jurisdiction, limiting its application, and trying to get it rolled out as soon as possible. So they talk about subcommittee and how the committee is formed, etc., etc. They talk about other jurisdictions. Pre-pack in select like United Kingdom. Insolvency Act 1986 did not provide or regulate pre-pack, which has developed out of market practice through business and professional innovation. Though courts have supported the evolution, right? So it's not there in law. It built out of market practice, which the court also blessed. It is commonly used as a strategy for selling a business or going concern by using administrator's power to sell a company assets without creditor's approval. Typically, it commences with company resolving to appoint an advisor with the understanding that he would be appointed as administrator. Once the terms of sale are agreed, the practitioner is officially appointed as administrator. The sale is concluded immediately following appointment. However, the practice threw up concerns such as transparency and accountability, particularly when sale is made to a connected party or when there is a conflict of interest of insolvency practitioner. To address this concern, Insolvency Practitioner Association issued Statement of Insolvency Practice 16 to regulate pre-pack through regulation of administrator, right? So they talk about a lot of regulations and how pre-pack is conducted in other jurisdictions, like they talk about section chapter 11, United States of America as well, which we discussed. Then Singapore also, they say that the Companies Act empowers the courts there to approve a compromise or arrangement. When compromise is proposed between companies creditor, court may on an application make an order approving the compromise, even though no meeting of creditors has been ordered. The compromise is binding on the company. The court may approve the arrangement if the court is satisfied that had a meeting of the creditors been summoned, the conditions would have been met. Then you have France, 4 categories of proceeding in France. So in France, they follow a lot of ADR. So they, there's a conciliation mechanism also there. Then they talk about Canada. So different jurisdictions, you can find out, so benefits and concerns of pre-pack. So if you read this document, you'll have read 80% of the ILC report that majorly, is derived from subcommittee of ILC report. So key features of pre-pack, how its advantages. Pre-pack usually requires services of an insolvency practitioner to assist the stakeholders in the conduct of process. The extent of authority varies across jurisdictions. Pre-pack envisages a consensual process. You have deliberation among promoter and lender. Prior understanding, approval by stakeholder affects about the course of action before invoking the formal part. So when you have a prior understanding before invoking the formal part, the formal part becomes smoother. The course of action could be sale of business or reorganization plan to resolve the stress. This requires varying level of marketing depending on context and purpose. The understanding could be limited to secured creditor, impaired creditor, or all creditor. During the process, the company usually remains under control of the current management. This minimizes disruption to business and helps in continuity of business. The formal part of the process enjoys moratorium. Current promoters usually have the first right or exclusive right to buy the business. So base resolution plan under our pre-pack also is the first right to current promoters. In case of sale to a connected party, sale is usually validated by set of experienced persons. Does not always require approval of court. Whenever it requires approval, the courts often get guided by commercial wisdom of the parties. Outcome of pre-pack where approved by court is binding on all the stakeholders. Benefits. So pre-pack combines the best of both worlds. So it combines the efficiency, speed, cost, and flexibility with the binding effect and structure of formal insolvency. So informal, formal, both benefit it's combined. Offers several advantages. Most of them emanate from two elements. Advantages arise out of the informal process and shorter time for closure. It offers a quick resolution. It is cost effective. I mean, these are all contained in the report. But to be very frank, if you look at how practically it is being done, it might not sound very cost effective. Value maximization. Insolvency resolution aims for value maximization. So that is there. Job preservation. Employees are not dismissed. Group resolution. You might have many MSMEs together. So countries, can look at group pre-pack resolution as well. So that also is a possibility. Lighter on the courts, because a lot of things are done informally. Only a formal approval is taken from the court, which does not require too much of intelligence from the courts. Concerns. Private negotiation understanding among a set of stakeholders prior to formal process is often a source of concern. Graham review best presents the concern to address them as under. Pre-packs lack transparency. The nature of pre-pack administration leads to lack of transparency before the sale as the parties work to secure the future of business without risking confidence of creditors. Unsecured creditors feel disenfranchised by this secrecy, particularly where the purchaser is connected to the insolvency company. Secured creditor will have assets, to enforce his security interest. What will unsecured creditors do? Improved marketing and a fuller explanation of valuation methodology would help greatly to improve transparency. So this Graham has said that you should have improved marketing. That means, when you're reaching out for offers, it should have much more marketing strategy, much more transparency, and there should be explanation of valuation methodology. So to make sure that the company is not sold off for peanut value. As could the voluntary introduction of an independent opinion on the deal's outline. So after the deal is finalized, a voluntary assurance kind of thing on the deal. And why it was necessary to proceed in this way, particularly in connected party cases. Then marketing of pre-pack company. The quality of marketing of businesses that intend to pre-pack needs to improve. Evidence of our research shows that where no marketing is carried out, pre-packs return less money to the creditors. Improved quality of marketing may in some cases assist the administrator in receiving a better return. It will also, just as importantly, improve creditors' perception that they are getting best deal. This should improve confidence in pre-pack administration. So all these things we also have to inculcate in our own framework. More must be done to explain valuation methodology. According to research, in overwhelming majority of cases, 91% cases, independent valuation was conducted as part of pre-pack process. However, these appear to be desktop valuations only. Where there is a connected sale, the purchase price often exactly matches the valuation figure. This leads to suspicion that a purchaser has set a valuation as an indicator of how much it is prepared to pay, rather than the market value of assets in question. So the prices are not market determined, but may be made up. The valuation was often limited to certain assets, normally assets, but not intellectual property or goodwill. So there is selective valuation being done. More could be done to explain the valuation methodology. No consideration is given to future viability of a new company. Insolvency practitioner has no legal requirement to look at the future viability of the new business emerging from the sale. When we look at a resolution plan and we are doing a CRP, we always look at how, there's always a statement how you're going to implement this resolution plan, how there will be revival, how are you taking care of the stakeholders of the plan. So all the plans would naturally have, next 5 years projection, how I'm going to do business and all. But here, insolvency practitioner has no legal requirement to look at future viability from a pre-pack sale. His or her only legal responsibility to the creditors is of the old business. However, both public perception and research suggest that future viability, especially in case of connected party pre-pack, is a concern for both transferring suppliers and the new ones. More should be done to demonstrate potential viability of new business emerging from pre-pack. The regulation monitoring of prepack could be strengthened, right? So he also noted about serial prepackaging, where prepack is used to avoid loan repayment and perpetuate unviable business. But he could not give any evidence for that, right? So like I said, they create one more entity, they shift business slowly and slowly, and then they push this into prepack. So this is something is referred to as, phoenixing also, whereby companies are successively allowed to run down to the point of winding up, only to rise phoenix-like from ashes as a new company formed and managed by an almost identical group of persons and utilizing a company name similar to that under which former company was trading, right? So this phoenixing is like very common. Then they talk about pre-pack versus CARP, in a pre-pack, transparency is generally lower, flexibility is more, cost effectiveness more, time effectiveness more. So all this they have done. Then they come what key takeaways, right? Commercial wisdom, performance of pre-pack. So they are checking the cross-jurisdiction experiences in all this. Then they talk about designing the Indian framework. So they say we should have a semi-formal option. Pre-pack for India should be most optimal semi-formal option that harnesses benefits of all three options, avoids associated concerns, and does not dilute the gains. Benefits and concerns of different resolutions. So they say pre-pack should have benefits from all and avoid negatives or other resolution mechanisms. Within basic structure, so the three things which we discussed, those moratorium, binding nature, and creditor and control, those have to be maintained. Objectives of pre-pack, since pre-pack is envisaged as another option within the code, it should pursue the same objective as the code does. Rehabilitation of corporate data, revival, maximization of value, prioritization of distribution rights under like section 53, forum for voicing interest, right? Then coming to legal framework. Therefore, the legal framework for formal part or pre-pack need to be laid out upfront, while informal part could be left to market practice or guided by self-regulation or best practices. So like this, these are the deliberations which happened at the subcommittee level. They gave out a very detailed report. Subcommittee recommends that no two proceedings, we have pre-pack and CRP, should run in parallel. So if you have a CRP going on, you cannot do a pre-pack. All these came as conditions in the code. Then they defined the role of resolution professional, how an appointment should be done, role of creators. All these things have been covered in the report. So whenever you have time, you can definitely go through the reports. Summary of recommendation. So they say it's an opportune time to provide a framework for pre-pack. The framework must be within the basic structure. Code must be amended quickly. Pre-pack should be available for all CDs for any stress pre-default and post-default. CD shall initiate pre-pack with consent of simple majority of unrelated FC and its shareholders. No two proceedings should run in parallel. CD shall remain under the control of current promoters. CD shall make available updated list of outstanding claims, including contingent claims, draft information memorandum, duly certified by managing director, along with the indemnification that if any claim is omitted, they'll be personally liable. Further, if CD willfully provides any wrong information, then the same shall attract criminal liability. Moratorium should be available. IP shall play the role of RP in pre-pack. Choice of IP's terms should have consent of majority of unrelated financial creditor. RP shall issue public announcement, shall constitute COC of unrelated financial creditor. He shall get valuation done. He shall get usual due diligence done. COC shall take decision with approval of required majority. No dilution of provision of section 29A. Pre-pack should start with a base resolution plan, which is base Swiss challenge. So the promoter will give a plan, and if the plan impairs any claims, then other investors can be also be brought in to better the promoter's plan. The pre-pack should offer two optional approach: without Swiss challenge but no impairment to OCs, with Swiss challenge with with rights of OC and dissenting FCs subject to minimum provided under 32B. So basically, with impairment, without impairment. It shall not be necessary that the resolution value shall be higher than the realizable value. There should be no requirement of validation of value by experienced person. Design of Swiss challenge needs to balance the incentive and disincentive of promoter and the Swiss challenger to drive value maximization. Details should be specified through regulation. Pre-pack should not end up with liquidation except when COC decides to liquidate. There will, however, be no liquidation where pre-pack was initiated for pre-default stress, default below threshold. and COVID defaults. So they say that the resolution process cost should include interim finance and fees of RP and all these general things. So these are the some recommendations given by the subcommittee, right? And if you just very quickly just rush through the ILC report, you will find that there's not much difference, and that anyways came after the ordinance, and the ordinance was regularized by the amendment. So the ILC report on pre-pack was under the chairmanship of Mr. Rajesh Verma. Again, a lot of literature will be there. They talk about the working process of the committee. They talk about the subcommittee's findings, right? Understanding of MSME insolvency, pre-pack, suitability of pre-pack, and design principles of pre-pack, which we read, right? Then eligibility, who will be MSME cooperator, what will be default, section 29A, how will you treat, how will you treat overlap with a parallel running CRP. They suggested a cooling off of 3 years, cooling off period of 3 years after running the pre-pack, so that no other CRP should be run. A rule of RP, rule of COC, approval from unrelated financial creditors. Then they went into the procedures. How will filing of application should be done? All the procedures which they have inbuilt into the code now. Claim collation, submission of claim, etc. Finalization of information memorandum. So here in pre-pack, information memorandum is prepared in the informal stage itself. Base resolution plan is prepared in the informal stage itself. So that saves a lot of time. But again, when you say that within 90 days, you should decide to do a pre-pack, and within that 30 days, you should file the application. 120 days period is there extra anyways. Then role of the management, role of the COC, safeguards, all these things, more or less same like what's there in the subcommittee's report. Consideration approval of resolution plan. They say that core features of CRP should continue. Commercial wisdom of COC should be protected. Submission of base resolution plan by the cooperator promoter and the revision of BR base resolution plan. Then invitation of other resolution plan, competition between base resolution and selected resolution, approval of resolution plan, then closure of pre-pack. By termination, consequences of termination will be effects of moratorium, payment of cost, continuation of proceeding for avoidance transactions. Then conversion to CRP. Pre-pack fail, you want to convert to CRP. Then stage at which CRP is initiated, cost incurred during pre-pack, how that cost of pre-pack should be covered in CRP. Then liquidation proceedings. So if you read 109, you'll have summarized recommendations. I'll not try to read the entire thing. It will unnecessarily take all your time. So this is the summary of recommendations of the ILC report. So this became the basis along with the subcommittee's report. Who it will be applicable for, what will be the threshold, what are the approvals required, what is the process to be followed, moratorium, claim collation. All these things are brought in the recommendations. Now coming on to the provisions of pre-pack. So we might have a question, if pre-pack is not a success, then why should we know about this? First of all, they will not dispose this off. Okay, they are already thinking to bring this for non-MSMEs as well. Now, for MSMEs, there should be a specialized insolvency resolution framework. That will be a different thing, which will come in due course of time, and we'll be studying that then. But pre-pack as a concept is something which has been seen to be effective across jurisdiction. That's why it was brought in India. Did not work for MSMEs for obvious reasons, but it will be applied to non-MSMEs. So that, and the provisions will not change much, because if you're doing non-MSMEs, you might not consider promoters, discharge of debt, and all those things, right? So the procedures more or less will remain likely to be the same. So it helps a lot if you are understanding what exists now, so that when any minor amendments also come, it's very easy to build up on it. But the scheme is not going to change. It's already inbuilt into the code. So you have now section 11A of the code, which sets for the mechanism that needs to be followed for disposal of simultaneous. So suppose you have a pre-pack application in NCLT and a CARP application as well, section 7, 9 or 10. How will the courts deal with it? That is given in section 11A. If an application for pre-pack is pending, the adjudicating authority will need to first pass an order in the pre-pack application before considering any application for CARP. If an application of pre-pack is filed within 14 days of any CARP application, then also NCLT will first dispose pre-pack. If, however, an application for the pre-pack is filed after 14 days of filing CARP application, then NCLT will first decide the CARP application under section 7, 9 or 10. There was one instance where Honorable NCLAT looked into the matter, whether objections can be raised before admitting in pre-pack, and they also looked into this matter, that whether I can skip the CARP application, first discuss the pre-pack. So in one of the cases, NCLAT felt that pre-pack sounds to be more useful and required for the circumstance of the case, and we can allow NCLT to dispose of the pre-pack first rather than disposing of the section 7 first. So that also was a point of deliberation. Since it's a very new topic, you'll not find much precedence, judicial precedence in India about this right now. So the framework of pre-pack is set in chapter 3A of the code. It enumerates the conditions that a corporate debtor needs to meet to be eligible to be doing a pre-pack. Some of the conditions are: the corporate debtor should not have undergone pre-pack or completed CRP during a period of 3 years. So that's the cooling off period. Corporate debtor is not undergoing any CRP right now. No order requiring corporate debtor to be liquidated is passed. So a company undergoing CRP or where liquidation order is passed cannot go for a pre-pack. Corporate debtor is eligible to submit a resolution plan under IBC. So you should be section 29A eligible. Prescribed number of financial creditor not being related party have proposed the name of insolvency professional to be appointed as the resolution professional for conducting the pre-pack, and the financial creditors of the corporate debtor not related parties representing not less than 66% in value of financial debt have approved such proposal. So it basically says that IP should be nominated and the nomination should be approved by the unrelated financial creditors. The majority of the directors or partners have made a declaration providing prescribed details. So basically, no fraud is being done by initiating pre-pack and all those things. Members of the company have passed a special resolution, or at least 3/4 of the total number of partners of the corporate debtor have passed a resolution approving the filing of the pre-pack. So members' special resolution is also required. Then coming to seeking approval of, so this is now the pre-formal stage. So we call it the informal stage, first stage, right? So pre-application, before filing of application. For seeking approval of creditors under section 54A, subsection 2, clause E, and 54A, subsection 3, the applicant, who is the corporate debtor, he shall convene the meetings of unrelated financial creditor where corporate debtor has no financial debt, very similar to a CRP. If you don't have any financial creditor, then your unrelated operational creditor carry the role of unrelated financial creditor. For convening a meeting of unrelated financial creditor, applicant shall serve notice of the meeting to UFCs at least 5 days before the date of meeting. So 5 days notice has to be given unless a shorter time is agreed. The notice of the meeting shall indicate the date, time, and venue of the meeting. Applicant, corporator shall enclose a list of creditors and the amount due to each of them in Form P2. So they prescribe a lot of forms. So in Form P2, the company has to give a list of creditors and amount due, along with the notice convening the meeting seeking approval of appointment of IP as RP. Right? In the meeting of UFCs, creditors having at least 10% of the value of debt shall propose the name of IP eligible under the regulations for appointment as RP. So 10% unrelated financial creditor should nominate an insolvency professional to be as an RP. An IP is eligible to be appointed as an RP if he, so basically talking about information, IPs now. A person is considered to be independent if he meets requirement under regulation 7. So like you have NCRP, if you fulfill the qualities of independent director, you are considered as independent. The UFCs, unrelated financial creditor, representing not less than 66% in value of debt due to such creditor, shall approve the appointment of RP on the terms of appointment of RP in Form P3. So there will be a slide where you'll get all the forms with what the forms mean. The terms of appointment shall include the fees payable to RP in the informal stage and the formal stage, and in case the management has to be shifted to the RP from the promoter, because if he does any fraud, the promoter does any fraud, the custody then shifts to the RP. The majority of directors or partners of the CD company shall make a declaration in Form P6 stating that the company shall file application within within a definitive time not exceeding 90 days, that PPIRP is not being initiated to defraud any person, that the name of IP approved by Cretas to be appointed as RP. So in Form P6, majority of directors will sign saying that we will file an application within time not exceeding 90 days, that the pre-pack insolvency resolution framework. So when I said 90 plus 30, 120 days is the timeline. In the 90 days, the informal discussion happens, they come on some sort of understanding, and at the close of the 90 days, within 30 days, you have to file application before NCLT for initiating pre-pack, right? Now, we are talking about the starting of the process. This is the informal process. So here, the directors have to give a declaration saying that we will file an application. Okay, the pre-pack, the decision on the pre-pack will not take more than 90 days. And that it is not being done to defraud any person. And the name of the IP, which is approved by creditors to act as a RP. The members of the company shall pass a special resolution, or at least 3/4 shall pass a resolution approving filing of application for initiating pre-pack. Then the company shall prepare a base resolution plan. So this we can call as the promoter's resolution plan. This should be, it's very similar to the requirements how a plan should be under CRP. Now, along with the notice for convening meeting, seeking approval of filing application for initiating pre-pack. So for filing pre-pack application, you are taking a approval. For this, you are conducting a meeting. Along with the notice, you are enclosing a list of creditors amount due, which was the Form P2, declaration in Form 6 from the directors, and the resolutions of the members or partners, right? The special resolution which is done by them. In the meeting of UFCs, creditors representing not less than 66% of value shall approve the filing of application. IP proposed to be appointed shall ascertain creditors in classes, if any, from the list in Form P2, identify 3 IPs to act as authorized representative and obtain their consent, seek choice of creditors in the class, select the IP who is the choice of the highest number of creditors in the class to act as AR. So basically, IP is facilitating authorized representative for different classes of creditors as per the claim list. IP shall prepare a report in Form P8 confirming if the CD is eligible for PPIRP and base resolution plan confirms the requirement. This report goes to NCLT, right? So IP prepares this report whether this entity is eligible for pre-pack and whether the base resolution plan conforms with the requirement. When you file with NCLT for application, you file it along with the base resolution plan as well. Then comes the formal blend, application stage. So only a corporate applicant can file an application for pre-pack. Applicant shall file the application in Form 1 in electronic form before the NCLT. Application shall be accompanied by following documents: record of default, 10 lakh is the default amount, consent of the IP, approval of unrelated financial creditors, consent of the IP to act as authorized representative for class of creditors, declaration by directors, members resolution, special resolution, report of the RP, audited financial statement of last 2 financial years, provisional financial statement of current year up to date of declaration under Form 6, and latest and updated Udyam registration that the company is a MSME. Then an affidavit stating that the company is eligible under Section 29A to give a resolution plan. A statement of affairs made up to a date not earlier than 14 days from the date of filing application. A statement giving the name and address of members or partners of the company with details of shareholding. Proof that application fees paid. Proof that a copy has been served to IBBI. Documents that record the authority of applicant to make the application, where the applicant is a member or partner of company. The applicant shall serve a copy to the IBBI before filing with NCLT. Now, within 14 days of receipt of application, the Honorable NCLT shall admit the application if the application is complete, or reject the same if it's incomplete. Before rejecting, they obviously have to give some time to rectify the defects. PPIRP shall commence on the date of admission of the said application. NCLT on commencement date along with order of admission declares a moratorium for the purpose Section 14 subsection 1 and subsection 3 of the code. Appoint the IP named in application as RP and cause a public announcement to be made. So basically, moratorium is declared. Duties of IP shall cease if the application is either not filed within the time which is declared in Form 6 or is not admitted by A. So RP, who is there in the process in the informal stage, his duties will cease if application is not filed within time or if it's not admitted by NCLT. Then again the formal blend, third stage, post initiation stage. The process is required to be completed within a time frame of 120 days. So after 90 plus 30, then starts from the admission date, you should complete the process within 120 days. A model timeline is given. So that also a slide is there, I'll show. During the pre-pack, the management shall continue to vest in the board of directors. The board shall make every endeavor to protect and preserve the value of the property. Promoters shall exercise and discharge their contractual duties and rights and obligations in relation to the CD. The CD shall within 2 days of pre-pack submit to RP updated as on date. So company within 2 days of insolvency commencement shall submit to the RP a list of claims along with respective creditors, security interest, preliminary information memorandum containing information for formulating a resolution plan. If any person sustains any loss or damage because of material misinformation in the preliminary information memorandum, every person who is a promoter, director of the company, or has authorized the submission a list of claims of the PM shall be liable to pay. So there is going to be a personal liability on the promoters, directors, if there is any misinformation in the preliminary information memorandum. The CD shall submit base resolution plan to the RP within 2 days of pre-pack. In many cases, in the formal discussion itself, the base resolution plan will be readied, and based on that only, the creditors agree to go for a pre-pack. It may revise the base resolution plan if permitted by the COC. The RP shall make a public announcement once the thing commences. He has to make a public announcement. RP shall exercise the powers and duties as given under section 54F. Then fourth stage, again a formal stage. If base resolution plan does not impair claims owed to operational creditors, so if it pays operational creditor in full, then the COC may approve it for submission to the NCLT. If the COC does not approve the base resolution plan, or the base resolution plan impairs the claim of operational creditors, that means it's not paying them in full, RP shall invite prospective resolution applicants to submit resolution plan to compete with BRP, like the Swiss challenge method. You shall publish, so you issue a form like Form G, and you call people to give resolution plans. Invitation for resolution plan shall detail each step in the process and the manner of interaction between RP and RA, along with corresponding timeline. It shall include the basis for evaluation, the basis for considering a resolution plan significantly better than another plan, ticket size, manner of improving the plan. It shall not require any non-refundable deposit. It's very similar to how you do a RFRP. The resolution plan received in response to invitation of the code shall be evaluated on basis of evaluation. You have an evaluation matrix also. The plan which gets highest score shall be selected as best alternate plan for competition with base resolution plan. So you call other people and you find the highest scoring plan in that, then you ask that to compete with the base resolution plan. The COC may consider BRP for approval, means the base plan for approval if no plan is received. The COC may consider base alternate plan for approval if it is significantly better than the base resolution plan. If it does not approve significantly better alternate plan, the process terminates. If the best alternate plan is not better than the BRP, the RP shall disclose the scores of alternate plan and BRP to submitters, promoters, and the resolution applicant, invite them to improve. The process of improvement shall continue till either of the submitters fail to use the option within the specified time. The plan having the highest score on completion of the process shall be considered by COC for approval. If the COC does not approve, the process terminates. Closure of CRP. The PRP closes in the following circumstances. On approval of the base plan, resolution plan, or the best alternate plan. On expiry of 90 days, if no plan is submitted to the A. On rejection of resolution plan by the NCLT. On approval of NCLT of application filed by RP for termination of PPRP, right? Where COC might say you terminate PPRP. So RP will file an application. On conversion into CRP based on application filed by RP, again it's voted on by the unrelated financial creditors. On an order of termination, in case no plan is approved by COC or the plan approved by COC does not result in change in management, where the A has vested the management with the RP. So basically fraud and all these cases also it can be terminated. So this is the typical flow chart which is given in IBBI. So this is a bit more detailed flow chart. So if you can see, the process flow starts with the default on the left side, and members have to approve by special resolution. Base resolution plan is formulated. Unrelated financial creditors approve a application. Before that, an IP is suggested and appointed by 10% unrelated financial creditors. Then it has to be filed with NCLT. Then NCLT might reject or accept it. If it accepts it, it declares a moratorium and appoints an RP. Then claims are submitted to the RP like the regular process. And the corporate debtor has to prepare a claim list, has to prepare a preliminary information memorandum, and has to prepare a base resolution plan. Most of these things are where, of the duty of the resolution applicant or the resolution professional, but now it's being done by the corporate debtor. Then COC is constituted, and COC considers the base resolution plan. If there is impairment of claim, COC will call for other people to come, and then there will be a competition between resolution base plan and best alternate plan. There will be a Swiss challenge mechanism there. Then the best plan will be voted upon and put before NCLT for approval. COC is not happy. They might want to terminate the PRP. They might want to convert this into a CRP process as well, or liquidate the company itself. This is the chart of responsibilities. Again, this is taken from IBA website only. So different stakeholders, what their responsibilities are. So RP will have a facilitative role in this. Okay, like how it's then personal guarantor also will have a person facilitative role and not that much indulging role as is there in a liquidation or CRP assignment. So responsibility of the company is to identify creditors, to convene meeting, for seeking approval of RP, making a declaration, getting a special resolution, preparing base resolution plan, all these things, preparing the financial statement of affairs, all this comes to the domain of corporate debtor. RP's role is to give consent to act as RP, ascertain classes of creditors to have an authorized representative, collecting information, prepare and submit report confirming whether CD is eligible for PPIRP and if base resolution plan conforms to the requirement, making public announcement, appointing register valuers, confirming list of claims, constituting COC, submit information memorandum to the COC. So all this, basic regular duties, monitoring affairs of the committee. He is not having custody and control of assets now, is the company management only. So he only has to monitor now. Responsibility of creditors to approve the name of RP, select RP to be authorized representative, approve filing of application, assist RP in finalizing the claim list, consider the base resolution plan, approve eligibility criteria if you are calling other resolution applicants, so on and so forth. This is the model timeline for a pre-pack process. So it starts with commencement of PRP and appointment of RP, right? So it's a 120-day process which has to be completed. So this is the formal timeline. The PPRP is required to be completed within 120 days from commencement date. RP shall either file the plan for approval or application for termination within 90 days from the PPRP. A model. So he files within 90 days from the ICD date, and NCLT gets 30 days to accept whatever is filed, right? So there is 120 days in the beginning, then there's 120 days in the model timeline. So that makes it 240 days. This is a list of forms which has been prescribed. Certain forms we read along with the regulation, like Form P6 is the declaration of majority of directors. Form P2 is the list of creditors to be provided by applicant as a corporate data. So these are the list of forms. So the brief takeaways in the pre-pack process is, we have not trimmed down on many of the compliances. You still have Section 29A, still have valuation, still have all this public announcement, transaction review. All these compliances are still there. We don't see how compliances have been trimmed down as suggested by World Bank or your IMF, right? The cost of compliances also thus don't go down. So the good thing is we have tried something, right? We have tried to bring an informal element which very much matches the foreign jurisdictions, which also, somewhere shows an inclination towards informal settlements like Section 12A and promoter schemes, compromise arrangement. It also relates to a lot of ADR kind of mechanism where, you are setting together what is alternate dispute resolution, that, you are resolving dispute among yourself. You choose an arbitrator of your choice and you confine yourself to his jurisdiction. Both the parties agree on certain neutral person. He will decide the case, give an order that is binding. Or you go for mediation, it's an informal structure. There, again, both the parties are sitting in before a neutral person who tries to mediate the issues. So you're bringing in an informal element. So at least an attempt was made to be ready, or prepare ourselves to be ready for that kind of mechanism. The attempt did not have much takers. These are the 6 cases which were admitted by respective NCLT. I personally don't know if any case plan has been approved. GCCL Infra the first case, and even in that, the plan is yet to be approved. I can show you any one of the orders, which will show how NCLTs. Yeah, so I'll show the latest one. This is Honorable NCLT Mumbai bench, 20th April 2023. This is Sudal Industries Limited, right? So they basically go into the default. It's a public company. There's a debt payable to financial creditor, and the company is an MSME, right? These are the various liabilities. These are the creditors. What is the facility taken? What is the security interest, right? And then they say that the company is a duly registered MSME. Special resolution is passed. Declaration is given by directors. Financial creditor has approved the decision to file it. Financial creditor has approved appointment of IP. Resolution professionals report. He has to give a report whether the company is eligible, and based plan is as per the requirement. That is also there. The bench has heard the thing. Then someone wanted to intervene in this, and at the end they finally checked out whether the requirements for a pre-pack has been taken care or not. Then in this particular order, they have written about the base resolution plan also. So as I said, in many cases, in informal stage itself, base resolution plan gets firmed up, based on which they go to NCLT. So here they put the base resolution plan also. Amount envisaged on the plan, 33 crores to be infused by the investor. So this is the breakup of how that amount is going to go. Process cost, secured creditor, unsecured creditor, employees. So employees and operation creditor, they are paying as a going concern. They say we are not going to impair them. So the restriction or to call a requirement to call other investor is when you are impairing OC claims. So they say we will not impair OC claims, we will pay them as full. Details of payment. 96 crores is the claim amount, settlement is 32 crores. So they have given the breakup, the schedule of payment, secured creditors, everything. So they put the entire base resolution plan. They said that dissenting creditors will be paid. So section 30. Employees, there is no sacrifice or concession sought as far as employees concerned. Same for operational creditor. Supervision of plan, they talk about monitoring committee, right? And then the requirement of plan, how it has complied with the code, they have put a table for that. Section 29 affidavit has been given. So seeing all this, NCLT says that since it meets all the requirement, it is admitted under section 54C. Moratorium is imposed. Moratorium sections they have written, and appointed the RP. RP to make a public announcement. The personnel shall extend all assistance to the RP. In case of non-cooperation, RP can approach the NCLT. Management shall remain vested with the board of directors as per provisions of 54H, subject to 54J. Board of directors shall discharge their duty as per sections. Bench directs the RP to file interim report within 30 days of the to the authority. Right. So this is how typically they have admitted, and these are like 6 cases which I personally know, which have been admitted into insolvency and into pre-pack insolvency. So what I'll do is, there is an IICA document. IICA is an educational body, and they have written about cross-country experiences and challenges on various jurisdictions, how they have faced the challenges. That document I'll share. And similar to what I spoke on length, in pre-pack, you cannot have a very rigid insolvency framework. You should have exemptions, and particularly for MSME, you should have a lot of exemptions and flexibility. Cost should be brought down, they should be incentivized. So all those things they have noted down in that article. I will share that. Some questions on pre-pack, right? So these are just some questions which propped up in my mind when the pre-pack came. I read a white paper on this, which was submitted to MCA, and the questions remain relevant to the extent, these are the things probably which any one of us will think, and will try to inquire what happens if these are the things. I hope it's visible. So first question is, IBC is a special framework, right? IBC overrides everything else. But you also have a special framework for MSME, which is the MSME Act of 2006. So which will have prevalence? I mean, do you have to give some prevalence to MSME? Because now government is considering that MSME operational credit should be given some prevalence and some recovery under the resolution plan. So here again, when you're talking about pre-PAF for MSME, you should have to address this issue of section 238 and the special legislation in MSME Act 2006. 6.3 crore unregistered MSMEs, and we are only talking pre-PAF for registered MSMEs. How do we deal about unregistered MSMEs? Section 248 talks about special insolvency resolution framework. We have not brought in a customized framework for that. As per section 240, only certain clauses of 29A are not applicable. Then can a promoter be eligible to bid for his own company? Can 29A still bar promotion under 248? So here the clarity we have is two clauses of 29A, 29AC and H are exempt for any resolution applicant to a MSME entity, right? It's not only promoter specific. But will there be some other triggers under 29A which might be genuine and which is stopping the promoter from giving a resolution plan? That has to be evaluated. MSME's first interest will be from promoters only, right? There are a lot of NCLAT judgments on this where promoters are allowed to give a resolution plan. So this aspect also has to be considered on 29A. As per pre-pack, corporate debtor plan should be eligible. So corporate debtor is the one giving the plan here, right? So in case any director or promoter is ineligible under 29A, then will the corporate debtor also be disqualified as a connected person? Again, that creates concern. There can be many instances where without fault or by reasons beyond their control, they attract some ineligibility. Some director attracts some ineligibility. And the company also gets disqualified from giving a base resolution plan. World Bank, so I showed you a report, treatment of MSME insolvency, which talks, that normally MSME results in liquidation. So you should have expeditious liquidation proceedings as well. We don't have any proposal on the table right of now to address this issue. Liquidation for normal cases also are stretching so long. So, some consideration should be given to this aspect. And MSME is not able to fund insolvency procedure. So will there be some bridge financing brought in by the government or not to address this issue? So legal services authority, if you notice, if somebody is poor or not having financial capability to represent in a court of law, there are district legal service authorities which help such person in legal representation. So will MSMEs who do not have funds to foot in insolvency procedure will also get similar kind of assistance or not is the question. So pre-pack framework says that 100% of OC claim has to be paid, else it will open up the doors for other resolution applicant. I personally could not understand the rationale for this. So am I expecting the promoter, there might be many operational creditor claim. In large IBC cases, I'm allowing people to give a complete haircut to the operational creditors. And Supreme Court also says that the court feels if the committee of creditors feels it's justified and they have considered whatever is there in the plan approved by a majority is binding, right? You only have to give liquidation value. Liquidation value is 0 for operational creditor in most of the cases. When we are following that in the major cases, significant cases, in MSME when it's coming and we are saying that you pay 100% operational creditors, right? Why? What is the rationale for bringing it in this disparity? I could not personally get an answer for this. And if anybody here has an answer for this at the end of session, probably I'll raise up the question again. You can let me know. But this should be relooked at, and maybe it won't be feasible for any promoter to pay 100%. And it's like a arm twisting tactic also in a way, saying that you provide 100% or I'll open up the gates to other investors. So that's not very fair. So I think some consideration should be shown in this aspect of pre-pack resolution framework. Then, as I said, promoter discharge of debt is very important. That is not there. That has to be considered. UN Citral 2021 legislative guide I've shown you. Those things should be factored. Those recommendations should be factored to build an insolvency framework. Total timeline is anyway stretching beyond 180 days under pre-pack. So that also has to be trimmed down. There is no stressed asset bidding platform for MSMEs. And that also requires attention so that there's a proper organized manner of doing things. And certain just additional questions, apart from pre-pack. Should MSME operational criteria, so the threshold right now to trigger insolvency is 1 crore. So you have to look at both ends of it, right? So if I'm a MSME operational creditor who owes some dues like 10 lakhs maybe, and my entire business livelihood, everything is dependent on that 10 lakh, and the company defaulted and it's not paying. Now I cannot trigger a insolvency case against it. Earlier, the insolvency trigger was 1 lakh. I could have triggered, but now it's 1 crore. I cannot trigger. And operational creditor cannot collectively come and trigger like financial creditors, like home buyers, right? So shouldn't there be some flexibility or some concession to MSME operational creditor in this regard, so that they are not shown a high-handed treatment, and that big corporates can avoid payment to them without any fear of getting an insolvency trigger. But a financial creditor who will have obviously can come with along with other financial creditor can trigger insolvency and take the control from the promoter. So these are like some of the questions which kinds of hits when you look at the resolution framework. Some pros of pre-pack which we discussed: business continuity will be there. It should be there in an ideal situation. In the best efficient methodology being prepared for pre-pack, business continuity should be there. It should maximize efficiency and cost. There should be minimal depreciation of asset because they will be using the assets, right? And the process will have an approved binding resolution plan. So there will be less litigation, less time consuming, cost friendly, because resolution is negotiated informally already. And there is confidentiality in the proceedings as well. Cons, it first looks like, like UK, you should not be phoenixing or creating dummy entities and transferring the businesses. And dissenting creditors may hijack a negotiation to delay. So they might say that, I'm not getting enough money, and they want to try to put a spanner in the process. And so the concept of phoenixing also is a concern, right? And you have to check what kind of exemptions, reliefs, and concessions are granted in a MSME. So reliefs, concessions is something which has not been legislated till now, but all the resolution plans contain an annexure paying certain reliefs, even including stamp duty waiver from the NCLT. There are very contradicting judgments on this. All those things also have to be factored, more specifically for the MSMEs, because they are definitely in dire need of reliefs and concessions, which will make the pre-pack resolution which they achieved under the plan viable and implementable in the future. So that's the conclusion for the pre-pack session. I have a very short on ADR because it's again a very new topic, ADR in IBC. You want a 5-minute break, we can take that, or I'll conclude the session and then you can ask questions. You let me know in chat box or I can speak.
Maybe 5-minute break. Yeah, and then we do.
Done, sir. It's 12:25. We will meet at 12:30.
Thank you.
Thank you. Should we start the session?
Yeah, sir.
Just waiting for the participants, ma'am. Participants can put in the chat box if we can start. Okay, one. Well, it's going to be a short topic. I don't want people to miss it. Two. Three. There are 61 people. I'm expecting some more responses. I think we'll wait till 12:35, 2 minutes. We'll start then. We'll start with the session. So the next one is on alternate dispute resolution and IBC. So like I said, it's in a very nascent stage. You have a couple of judgments, some clarity, and you have a lot of international learnings which can be used and which are like giving directions in what can be the potential usage of tools like mediation, conciliation, and arbitration, right? So because of the limited developments in the field in IBC in India, so we will just stick to what the facts are and what can be the advantages and how this can be approached. What is the concept of ADR? We all know ADR is alternative dispute resolution. So basically, apart or as against the conventional methods where how you solve the disputes among the parties, ADRs give an alternate method of discussing, deliberating, trying to reach a consensus, try to striking a deal, and have some kind of agreement among the parties and try to do it out of court. So it's not normally referred to as an out of court settlement. So in general, they these ADR mechanisms use a neutral third party, whether it's a mediator, arbitrator, or conciliator. There will be a neutral third party who will help the parties to discuss amongst each other, try to frame the issues, arrive at a decision or conclusion, and try to make the parties abide by that such decisions. There are various modes in ADR: arbitration, conciliation, mediation, and negotiation. Then you have Lok Adalat. So ADR is founded on fundamental rights. Your Article 14 and 21 dealing with equality before law, right to life and personal liberty. So ADR is the premise of ADR is based on your fundamental rights. ADR's motive is to provide social, economic, and political justice and maintain integrity in the society. So that's which is enshrined in the preamble. ADR also strives to achieve equal justice and free legal aid provided under Article 39A of Directive Principles of State Policy. So this is the premise on which ADR is built. Apart from that, we also have Civil Procedure Code. Section 89 of Civil Procedure Code provides that if it appears to the court that there exist elements of settlement outside the court, then the court formulates the terms of possible settlement and refer the same for arbitration, conciliation, mediation, or Lok Adalat. The act which deals with ADR are Arbitration Conciliation Act and Legal Service Authority Act. Now you also have a mediation bill of 2021, which is pending enactment, right? So that will strengthen the mediation mechanism, but right now it has not been legislated. So some advantages of ADR. First, it's less time consuming. So ADR, all this mediation and these things have been proved to be effective world over. Trying to bringing down the disputes, trying to bringing down the stress on the courts, on the court infrastructure, trying to solve things in a fast and amicable manner. So it's less time consuming. People, if they have a competent and independent mediator, his skill set can come in help to assist the people to frame the issues and get a possible solution. It's a cost-effective method as compared to stretched litigations, which goes on for years and years, free from technicalities of court because more informal it is, less interference of the court. People are free to express themselves without any fear of court of law. They are able to strike a best deal possible. It's an efficient way, and there are always in ADR concept, the thing is parties autonomy. Second is consensus, right? Parties autonomy means they are by their own willingness and choice choosing an arbitrator or a mediator, and then they submit themselves to his jurisdiction, right? So it's a more efficient way to restore relationship between the parties because they are coming on the board to discuss from their own willingness. It prevents further conflict, maintains good relation, and it preserves the best interests of both the parties. So in ADR, first you have arbitration. So you have Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1996. Process of arbitration, this gets triggered if there is an arbitration clause in an agreement. So process of arbitration cannot exist without a valid arbitration agreement before the dispute. In this technique, the parties refer their dispute to one or more person. There can be a single arbitrator or there can be three arbitrators, one chosen by me, one by you, and one by both those arbitrators, right? So the decision of the arbitrator is binding on the parties, and that is called as an award. Object is to obtain fair settlement of dispute outside the court without delay and expense. Any party to a contract where arbitration clause is there can invoke arbitration clause either himself or through authorization. Arbitration clause means a clause that mentions the course of actions, language, number of arbitrators, seat, or legal place of the arbitration, Delhi, Bombay, Hyderabad, Bangalore, to be taken in place the event of dispute arising between parties. So arbitration clause will mention all these things, how a dispute will be approached. Normally, prior to arbitration, if you see like proper contracts, there will be a expert advisory also, or like a expert consultation between the parties, where they'll bring experts from their respective team and they'll sit across the table and discuss the issue. And only after that phase do they go for arbitration. Procedure for trigger. So initially, applicant initiates arbitration by filing statement of claim that specifies relevant facts and remedies. So there is a statement of claim that I filed along with my application. Then there is a counter claim from the other party. Statement of claim is a written document filed in court or tribunal, and a copy also sent to the defendant, in which claimant describes the facts in support of his claim and the relief he seeks from the defendant. Respondent replies to arbitration by filing an answer against the arbitration claim. that specifies the relevant facts and available defenses. Arbitrators selection is a process in which parties receive list of potential arbitrator and they then select the panel to hear their case. There is exchange of documents in preparation of a hearing. Parties meet in person to conduct the hearing. After witness is examined, evidence are presented. There is conclusion award from arbitrator, which is binding on the parties. So this is the basic process in arbitration. It's very lengthy otherwise also. So if in case the other party is not appointing and nominating an arbitrator, you have to seek directions from the court by filing a section 11 arbitration act to direct the other party to nominate arbitrator. If there is an award and there is not getting enforced, again one more petition in the court. It does take time, but there are well laid procedures for it. Mediation, very similar to arbitration, but it is very informal. It is an ADR where a third party neutral party aims to assist two or more disputants in reaching agreement. Easy, uncomplicated. Okay, a third party acts as mediator, resolve the dispute amicably by using appropriate communication. So more focus here is on soft skills of the mediator. He uses appropriate communication and negotiation techniques. This process is totally controlled by the parties. Mediator's work is to just facilitate the parties to reach settlement of the dispute. So one person might not want or like to speak to the other person. So both of them will bring some neutral person to facilitate that talk. That is mediation. Mediator doesn't impose his views and makes no decision about what a fair settlement would be. He will not say that this is fair, that is fair. So this is the process. Mediator shall ensure the parties and counsels are present. Initially, in the opening statement, he furnishes all the information about his appointment and declares he does not have any connection with any of the parties. In the joint session, he gathers all information, understands the facts and issues about the dispute by inviting both the parties to present their case, put forward their perspectives. In this session, mediator tries to encourage and promote communication and manage interruption outbursts by the parties. Now in separate session, so joint session, then separate session with the parties. He tries to understand the dispute at a deeper level, gathers specific information by taking both the parties in conference separately. Mediator asks frequent questions on facts and discusses strength and weakness of their respective cases. After hearing both sides, he starts formulating issues for resolution and creating options for settlement. He will not say what is best settlement. He will formulate the issues and maybe he will discuss available options. In case of failure to reach any agreement, mediator uses reality check techniques. So like, what is the best alternative to negotiated agreement? We call it as BATNA. In this, it is the best possible outcome both the party can come up with or has. So it's a win-win for both the parties. Third one is worst alternative. It is the worst possible outcome a party has in their mind for what could happen during negotiation. Second is most likely alternative. For a successful negotiation, the result always lies in the middle. So you have to balance both parties' expectation. Mediator, after considering both parties, comes up with most likely outcome. Here, the result is not always in the middle, but little left or right or center depending on negotiation. So you'll try to achieve a balance between both the parties' expectation. Then comes your conciliation. It is a form of arbitration, but less formal process of facilitating an amicable solution between the parties, whereby parties to the dispute use conciliator who meets with the parties separately to settle their dispute. Conciliator meets separately to lower the tension between parties, improving communication, interpreting the issue to bring about negotiated settlement. So very much like your arbitration mediation. There is no need for prior agreement and cannot be enforced on party who is not intending for conciliation. It is different from arbitration. The party initiating conciliation shall send to the other party a written invitation to conciliate under this part, briefly identifying the subject of the dispute. Conciliation proceeding shall commence when the other party accepts in writing the invitation to conciliate. If the other rejects, there will be no conciliation proceeding. So it's all dependent on consensus. People agreeing to come together to solve a dispute. Now ADR and IBC. So at the upfront, when you see Arbitration Act, so it says that when there exists an arbitration agreement or a clause in a contract between two parties, courts must refer such matter. If there's any dispute between the parties, courts must refer such matter to arbitral tribunal. And tribunal can at any time make an interim arbitral award and then consequently a final award. Now there are contrasting judgments of judiciary with respect to arbitrability of IBC cases, whether what issues are arbitrable, not arbitrable when a CRP is going on, right? And plus you have section 238 of IBC, which has overriding effect over provisions of others law which are inconsistent with IBC. IBC is a special statute, right? But arbitration is a general one. And as per late principles, special statutes gains prevalence and predominates the general ones. In insolvency proceedings, mediation can be used as a tool to resolve issues and clear bottlenecks in the resolution process. So these are things which are not happening, but which can be done in India, right? Primary reason for delay has been continuous litigations by stakeholders in the process. Numerous applications under Section 60 are filed by entities who are dissatisfied with a rejection of their claims. So when this thing happens, it affects the CRP process. So mediation as a tool can be used before rejecting the claims, or while discussing their claims. Mediation can be used to sit down with them, discuss with them, so that they are not aggrieved to this level that they start litigating, even though they might not get any amount under the resolution plan. But still, if you have heard their grievance and a proper tool has been used to address their grievance to a significant level, you are able to reduce the litigations. Similarly, you have litigation for rejection of bid, approval of resolution plan by creditors. So creditors might not agree on a resolution plan. There also you can use mediation as a role between the creditors to come on a consensus. There will be fights between dissenting financial creditor and other financial creditor, secured financial creditor and unsecured financial creditor. So all these things also mediation can come as a aid. Mediation can be employed in situation where multifarious litigation can be reduced in the process, specifically time of collection of claim. Before finally adverting decision on the claim of creditor, RP can undertake negotiation mediation sessions where claim of same nature can be clubbed and a decision can be passed. It might not affect ultimate realization, but when stakeholders feel heard, their concerns addressed, the entire process can be smoothened. Similarly, before approval of resolution plan, COC can undertake such session to understand concern of other stakeholders, specifically major operational data, whose supplies are lifelines and they are not getting paid anything. This will help in achieving consensus in reorganization plan and assist in maintaining relation with stakeholders. There are some judicial precedents in our law for IBC, right? So Ayasami versus A Parmasivam case. In this case, the judiciary was of the viewpoint that they were not favoring ADR, alternate dispute resolution, in IBC disputes. The relevant facts are that in the case it was stated that certain matters are non-arbitrable, and insolvency and winding up matters falls in the category of such disputes that are non-arbitrable. The case was before Justice Sikri and now Honorable Chief Justice Chandrachud. Though the case was concerned with the issue whether the allegation of fraud is arbitrable or not, before reaching to this question, it was mentioned that insolvency matters are non-arbitrable. So here they decided, the bench decided that insolvency related matters are non-arbitrable. Then you have Indus Biotech Private Limited versus Kotak India Ventures Fund. So this pronouncement discusses in detail about arbitrability of insolvency disputes. Okay, this was based on a Booz Allen decision. Issue before Supreme Court was whether the dispute has been rendered non-arbitrable, foreclosing the court from appointing an arbitrator. Though later on Supreme Court had allowed the arbitration petition. This judgment clears the long-lasting dispute, and it was held by the court that insolvency proceedings stops being arbitrable from the point when petition 7 is admitted. That means once CRP started, insolvency proceedings become non-arbitrable. Then you cannot send it for ADR. Till then, it is the litigation is a right in personam, right? I mean, it's between the promoter and the lender. But after CRP is initiated, it's a proceeding in rem. It's against all the stakeholders. Indus Biotech case has raised a question that whether the Reeves claim in insolvency petition is capable of being referred to arbitration. For this, the court suggested that insolvency matters are right in rem. They relied on Booz Allen decision to substantiate the point that insolvency petitions are non-arbitrable. This judgment, it has come forward that once moratorium commences, arbitration or related proceedings commenced after initiation of CRP will be considered non-Estian law. Then you have this Booz Allen decision 2011. In this case, Supreme Court expressed views that generally and traditionally, all disputes relating to rights in personam were amenable to arbitration, right in personam between individual people. While all disputes relating to rights in rem, like insolvency proceeding, are required to be adjudicated by courts and public tribunals, being unsuited for private arbitration. But in this case, Supreme Court ruled that binding of insolvency matters are non-arbitrable. So these are the judicial precedents which we have. So after a case is admitted under CRP, you cannot have, arbitration cannot be there for insolvency proceedings. So it might happen 1 or 2 cases, they think that this is going to bring better value to the stakeholders and they allow it. But the general rule is once CRP starts, it's a right in rem, and you cannot go for a private arbitration with respect to such dispute. But during CRP, if you can use mediation as a tool for addressing stakeholders' concern, like relating to claim between the COC, that can be a very effective usage of ADR mechanism to smoothen the CRP process. And there is no bar, in the law to do that. So as I said, I'll share a note on the Singapore model, right, on ADR. And that is very elaborative on how they approach ADR in their jurisdiction. They also use a lot of mediation in their IBC processes. And there is Singapore is known as hub of insolvency restructuring. I mean, they are at the forefront of developing new frameworks and, developing regulations head on to face certain challenges. And a lot of jurisdictions take inspiration from Singapore model. So I'll share that note. And mediation bill, as I said, it's pending for approval. Bill is there, you can find it online, but it's not been enacted till now. Once that is enacted, right now people don't go for mediation because it does not have a legal backing like arbitration has. But once the bill gets enacted, it will further strengthen the mediation process. And there is a lot of push from government also to go for ADR. There is a October 2021 document from Niti Aayog which talks about online dispute resolution, ODR, also a part of ADR, but there you have more usage of internet communication technologies. So it's more based on your system-based resolution disputes. Government is focusing a lot on ADR to resolve all these public sector undertaking disputes, pendency of dues and everything to ensure that, their own departments are not fighting against each other in the courts of law and that their money and time is not wasted in courts of law. So a lot of push on ADR is there, and it's expected that push will come in IBC also, right? But before we have that push, many of the unanswered questions, at what stage ADR can come, what are the specific arbitrable and non-arbitrable aspects in an IBC assignment, right? If I have a contract and I'm under CRP and there's a possibility of arbitration, can I do that, not do that? What is more beneficial? If both the companies are in CRP, how to approach that? And whether a arbitral tribunal can do anything when a CRP moratorium is on. And there are many other questions like, suppose there is an arbitration award against my company and my company is getting admitted into CRP then. Now, as per section 14, arbitration award cannot be enforced in moratorium. So what happens to that award? So all these questions have to be answered. Suitable amendments have to be brought in. But this is definitely something we should learn, upgrade, and look forward to because this is going to be part of the process. That's it from my end. If you have any queries, the house is open for queries. You can reach out to me anytime as well. Thank you. Any queries from anyone? At least in the chat box.
So for enhancing the pre-pack to other than MSME, there will be some consultations which will be happening, or when is it likely to be
Well, the trend is very
implemented?
bad. Looking at how things are happening, we get to know about the amendments when it gets notified. And it's written that some experts were called for consultation. So I'm not sure if public consultation will be properly held or not. It should happen because MSME for pre-pack is a failure. They should take public consultation. Arbitration and mediation major differences. Arbitration has a legal backing right now, right? The arbitration award is binding on the people between whom the arbitration took place. And you can go to court for enforcing that binding. Mediation does not have that legal backing right now, sir. Arbitration is more formal, mediation is less formal. Arbitration, you should have a contract which has an arbitration clause. Mediation, there is nothing like that.
But whenever mediation act gets enacted, and that time, what will be the difference between the two?
So you at least whatever settlement is reached in the mediation, that could be enforceable in court of law. You'll have a legal backing to the informal discussion also. Pre-pack also you have informal plus formal, right? But you're at the end you are getting that legal backing and the approval from the court. So mediation also, when the bill gets enacted, looking at what all changes they're going to make in the bill, we can't say till the time they finalize. But we will have a backing of law at least.
So backing of law is one aspect, but still there would be some difference between the two, in terms of how each of the thing, arbitration or mediation, get activated or
Can you be
initiated.
more specific in your question, sir? I just
No,
want to understand from where you are
yeah.
coming on it.
No, I'm saying ki, like for arbitration, there may be a clause, arbitration clause in the agreement,
Right.
which can be used by one
Without
or
that,
both
it
the
doesn't happen.
parties.
Correct.
है ना?
Yeah.
For mediation, there may not be any clause in the agreement.
Correct.
So even if there is no clause, once the act is enacted, both the parties or all the parties can go for a mediation
Yes,
and
that they
through
can
a
do even now.
neutral person.
That they can do even now. But
Okay.
when you have an act specifically backing that mode of ADR, that very mechanism gains more credibility. Right. Right now it's happening without any credibility, without a legal backing. But then
I
the
see.
act
It will
gives
become
very
more streamlined.
yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Right. Thank you.
And Singapore as a
Without-
country.
Yeah, Badri,
Yes, sir.
without a clause in the agreement or contract, can you have mediation?
Of course.
Maybe
That's why it's
the
informal.
law will. Huh?
That's why it's informal. You don't need
Yeah,
a
agreed. No. When it has a legal backing, when it gets a legal backing, maybe once the law is passed, they may put that so and so clause, mediation clause should be there.
They will not mandate a mediation clause in every agreement, because then the flavor of mediation will go away. They will say if the parties would want to mediate or conciliate between themselves on a dispute and not arbitrate, they can always choose to do so. But we can't comment anything until the final act comes out.
Okay.
I have two questions, Mr. Badri.
Yes, sir.
Almost, what is your experience on the fact that the pre-packs which have already been admitted have still not been approved, despite the fact that that 120-day period is over? Out of the 6, I think 4 are more than a year old. So this is one part of it. Second aspect also on the pre-pack part is, I think, is it not critical to sort of promote pre-pack, and also maybe, with the MSMEs actually sort of not having the wherewithal to fight the cases? You've seen that quite clearly in these cases where matters went, and of course that was withdrawn finally. If an MSME has to contest it in the NCLAT with a battery of lawyers from the other side, effectively not having the wherewithal and also being under stress per se, and Chris Realtek, in fact, never actually went to the court because they didn't have the money actually. So NCLAT, they sort of withdrew the entire application, and the courts were actually sort of getting into something new, which was basically saying that we'll hear it out prior to even deciding on the admission or otherwise.
Right.
So my sense is that if they are stressed per se, with the others coming in, perhaps they'll fight out the litigation battles, and the clarifications will come from the Supreme Court, so to say, which will become the law per se. But MSMEs can't really do that. And this 120-day structure in pre-pack is another critical factor. And also the fact that, neither the government nor anybody else, or for that matter, even IBBI, is not trying to promote pre-pack per se. And between the corporate debtor and the bankers, there's a great amount of distrust in any case.
Right. Right.
So, these are things that are picking up on the pre-pack, despite the fact that this, it works very well in the European domains.
So on the first question, so GCCL Infra, as I said, the IP is known to me. I keep asking on him, so what's the update? Because that's the first case which was submitted. And he says, I have given the plan within the timeline. It's pending before Honorable NCLT. It's not getting approved. And since it was the first case, a lot of eyes are there on it. And he also is not aware why it's taking time, but the intent itself fails. When you have crossed that timeline, our IBC timelines are anyways failed. Our 180, 270 or 330, any you take under section 12, you see IBBI quarterly newsletters, the average time is around 480 days, right? So our IBC timelines failed. Now pre-pack timeline has also failed. So the confidence has gone down in that itself. Even before, when you did not have promoter discharge update, right? And when you have not taken into account so many distinguishable characters of an MSME to suggest a framework, already the incentive to go for such a framework was lost. Promoters did not find favor in that. The bankers were afraid to give an informal haircut. they were afraid to do something which maybe a central vigilance guy will come and pick them up 5 years later, right? So all these factors somewhere resulted in failure of this. But then Honorable Finance Minister comes and says that IP should promote pre-pack. I don't know how IPs will promote pre-pack, and bankers and promotions don't want to go into that. And in these 6 cases, I personally don't know any resolution plan being approved. If I might be wrong, some other participant may know something, but I have checked.
No, see, frankly, when I'm asking the question, I am one of the persons who's prepared resolution plans in this.
Okay,
so that's one. Two, I also prepared the resolution plan for Chris Real Tech, which went into the entire structure.
Okay.
But, at the end of the day, there's so much of an obfuscation that in Chris Real Tech, there were 7 hearings actually to determine whether they were an MSME or not. Now, there was an Udyam certificate that was there.
Correct.
Courts did not actually willy-nilly comment on the fact whether real estate could ever actually get into that or not, and be called an MSME. So effectively, there were 6 or 7 hearings at the end of the day to do that. So these are challenges that there are. I don't know how will it actually come in, or there's a
legal judicial infrastructure also has to be ramped up and made aware of all the developments. Okay, you bring in law, a new law, right? And you are getting inspired from different developed jurisdictions. Singapore is a developed jurisdiction. You cannot expect to copy paste something from there and expect it to work here, right? It all looks very good on paper, but you have to implement in the context of our own economics and our own industry. You bring in a law, but the courts are not aware how to appreciate it. The courts also think a lot before admitting some case. They also don't want their thing to be appealed in NCLAT. So there are all repercussions where somebody is wanting to passing on to somebody else, saying that, oh, I don't want to take a decision on this. Let some other bench decide, then I'll see. All this is relating to delays. And it's unfortunate. First of all, pre-pack for MSME should not have been brought in this way, my personal opinion, because this was not the time to test the waters in MSMEs. You should have a specialized, customized resolution framework for MSMEs, discharging promoters' debt. Now, when they bring in pre-pack for non-MSMEs, that time we'll get to know the real impact and how well people are taking this or not. And I think you correctly said about the Chris Real Tech case. MSMEs don't have that much fund that they can keep on litigating. That's the first point why they came into stress. And
so that is the reason why that party withdrew. That is the reason why that party withdrew.
It's better to go for an OTS settlement. Why will I even go for a pre-pack then? I'll directly go for OTS. I don't want other people competing with my base plan. Right? The banks also will be OTS.
That's right. But everybody had conceived it and actually moved from the OTS to this simply because they felt that they would get a stamp of a judicial authority. And therefore, Hydra heads will not crop up later. That was the perhaps a good thing about it. But
the judicial authority is not wanting to put its stamp. What to do?
Right. And my second question is on the causal link between the ADR and the IBC. Now, at the end of the day, whilst we can say that pre-IBC, you can work on ADR per se, because at the end of the day, I don't know whether a judgment or a change in the statute would come by to say that even during IBC, you can proceed ahead with ADR. But the fact of the matter is that as a pre-IBC structure, on how do we then say that these are insolvency cases and link it to IBC? We could at best say that these are cases where there's a stress in the asset and there is a ADR matter. It's a commercial contract. It's a commercial dispute. Somebody is wanting to realign. Somebody is going to fight it out. It is basically an ADR structure prior or precursor to IBC per se. But I think, is it at any point in time in your know that you're trying to bring in the aspect of ADR into the process of IBC, or it's only a precursor to the IBC?
So from the developments I keep on hearing, so I'm there in the committee of insolvency bankruptcy for ICAI, and I keep attending a lot of such committee meetings. So what I hear, it's getting deliberated as a precursor and not to be included in the IBC code per se. How courts are also viewing it is, there should be early warning signals for the stressed asset, right? So like RBI has a proper document for this, that how to identify stress in the stressed accounts and how to classify them as SMA 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, right? So there should be early warning signal, a precursor to identify stress, then opt for an ADR to try to solve it. If that fails, then go to IBC. But the legal framework is such in right now that IBC only says debt and default. It doesn't see how the debt came and why the default was made. Default can be on account of any reason. It can be beyond control of the promoter also. But even then the law says there's a debt and default, IBC gets triggered, right? So there is no thought process on including arbitration into the IBC, right? But there is definitely a push that first approach an alternate dispute resolution rather than triggering insolvency. So if you saw the Vidarbha judgment also, wherein they said that, there is an arbitration award which is under execution. So a petition which is admitted was reversed. But later Supreme Court clarified that this is only in the circumstances of this case. What they kind of meant there is, if there is some value in the company, there was an arbitration award which is under execution, money will come. Why do you want to trigger it into insolvency and take it to corporate debt? So there will always be an attempt to try to sort out the problem without pushing it into insolvency. That thought process is there, sir.
Thank you.
Just a small question, sir. This ADR, shall
Yes.
it be made mandatory just to avoid delay and this what you're clogging of the tribunals and courts? What I'm
Yes.
asking, because the last CJI was there, Mr. Bobde, he says it is compulsory in some sort of USA. Before you reach the tribunal or court, ADR is mandatory. Like that. The
Then you
way
have
we
to
have got in
rename it
family
to-
court.
you have to
We have
rename
got
it.
in family court for small things.
Right. Yeah, you will have to rename it to MDR then, mandatory dispute resolution.
So that's what, because unnecessary clocking is there actually. Everything is there and getting delayed.
Sir, in this, I'll just like to add one more point. Then if you say that ADR should be made mandatory and CRP as a process will exist, that will mean that I'm delaying the CRP process also. There is a 180-day timeline, but pre-CRP also, I'm putting an ADR mechanism there, which will also takes its own sweet time. And I cannot do the CRP till the ADR is solved, right? So that will again stretch the entire thing. So there is always pros and cons in both the things, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. So somebody has asked whether arbitration can be initiated after CRP is over and application for liquidation is pending. So if you are making arbitration in favor of the company, I mean, if the company is under CRP and the company has a receivable from somebody and the contract is violated, you can always sue someone else for a favorable claim. But insolvency proceedings are non-arbitrable disputes, meaning if there is a default which relates to insolvency, that is not arbitrable. That comes only to IBC and NCLT. Chapter 11 of US and section 10 of IBC, you can't say it's not similar. So chapter 11 talks about bankruptcy there. They have 3 or 4 mechanisms of bankruptcy there, right? You have pre-packaged bankruptcy, pre-packaged insolvency also in that. It's not a typical section 10. Section 10 is debt, default, corporate debtor files, right? In chapter 11 of US, you also have an informal proceeding incorporated in them that they can decide among themselves and then they can go to the court for approval.
But in US, this is a very frequently resorted to kind of facility,
Yes.
isn't it?
Saves
So-
time. Yes, it saves time.
It saves time. So we should, in here also, we should have something of that sort.
But problem is, sir, here, whenever you talk about arrangement, settlement, informal understanding, that leads to red tapeism. Bankers are afraid. You see, somebody is getting picked up at 12 a.m. in the night by police, saying that he sanctioned a loan 5 years back. And very top level officers. When such things happen, you don't get that encouragement to opt for an informal proceeding. Everything should be on paper and everything should be through court. Lot
But
of resolution plans are stuck because of this thing.
Right. But do all the companies in US who filed under Chapter 11 have the formal or informal understanding? Not necessarily.
Not
isn't it?
necessary. That's the choice. So there are different modes. There are repackaged modes also. There are normal modes also. So I showed you in that slide, conventional bankruptcy, there is no informal arrangement or discussion. But in prepackaged, there is an informal arrangement discussion and then it gets put before the court.
Sir, just to add, clause 11 is similar to our era of BIFR.
Sir, maybe, sir. I am not that much aware of BFR. because
Somewhat clause 11, I think you have the cake and eat it too. Under clause 7,
Yeah,
you simply silly.
True. But what is true is the company stays in the management. In both BFR also. In BFR, what they used to do, what I read that they used to do is every time in the balance sheet, they will show that, the net worth has eroded and they'll extend the moratorium so that creditors cannot enforce any secured interest. That kept on happening each year.
Always protected.
Always protected.
Always protected.
That was a debtor's paradise.
Yes.
Any other queries from any other participants? Both the topics are very new, and I hope I could do some justice to your time. And these things will develop into the future. So we can't say they are redundant for us, because they are going to be there in some form or other. They will definitely develop into the future. It's always good to learn. No harm in learning something new.
Yes, sir. Yes.
PPT will be shared, sir. Don't
Okay.
worry. All the notes, everything. Somebody has put it on the chat box. I'll share the PPT. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Ma'am, I think I can close the session. Already I stepped on the lunchtime of participants also.
No. That's all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you all.
Let that madam officially ends. I think.
Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Can we close the session, ma'am? We lost your voice again.
Yes, sure, sir. I am
Thank you
audible.
all. Yes, you are audible now. Thank
Thank
you.
you very much,
Thank-
sir, for the session.
Madam, this presentation will be sent through email or in the chat box
It
itself?
will be shared through email.
Email.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you all.
What-
Now the session will be at 2 p.m.
2
Okay,
p.m.
thank you,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you,
so much.
Badri.
Badri.
Thank you, Badri, for your very
Yes.
good
It was-
presentation.
Yes.
Thank
It is
you.
always pleasure listening to you, Mr. Badri.
Yeah, really nice.
You are a
Bye.
second time listener, maybe, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you so
yeah,
much.
yeah,
These
yeah.
words help
Thank
a
you
lot.
very much, sir. The session was
Okay.
very interactive and informative.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. Right.
Have a good day. Bye.
चला मंडळी आता 2 वाजेपर्यंत माझी सुट्टी आहे लक्षात 2 वाजेपर्यंत सुट्टी आहे 2 o'clock आहे अरे उद्या नेक्स्ट सेशन आहे 2 o'clock 2 o'clock
Purpose वाले में हमने अपना Amazon डाल दे। Purpose वाले में दूसरे लोग डाल दे। तो आप ही लोग बोले थे
Okay. Good afternoon to you all.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, shall we start?
Yes, please.
Now the session will be taken up by Dr. Risham Garg, sir. Sir is Associate Professor of Law and Director of Center for Transnational Commercial Law at NLU. He holds a Doctor of Laws in the area of International Commercial Laws. Sir is also involved with IBBI in consultation and organizing roundtables. He also assisted IBBI in CPE guidelines. He has also benefited from training the trainers for insolvency professionals. Sir is also Professor of Charles Scorpios, are editors of Journal of Insolvency, Restructuring, Entrepreneurship Law and Policy. He is also in editorial board of ICMI IPA Journal and regularly contributes on contemporary issues related to insolvency. His area of interest and specialization are insolvency, bankruptcy and restructuring, law practice and policy, business laws and entrepreneurship, and transnational commercial laws. Sir, you may now proceed for the session.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to you all. And the session today is cross-border insolvency and group insolvency. So first, I will take you through certain elements on cross-border insolvency and the group insolvency framework that we have. So, and the session we can have interactive. So if anyone has any questions, certainly you can write in the chat box. And in case there is a detailed question towards the end of the session, we can have detailed questions as well. So I hope I am audible and the PPT is visible to you.
Audible and visible also, sir. Thank you.
Both are okay.
Thank you. All right. So now what is cross-border insolvency? So it's basically a legal system, a legal regime to ensure the cooperation between the insolvency practitioners and also the recognition and enforcement of foreign insolvency orders. So there has to be a legal regime which will ensure and enable the court-to-court cooperation and also the cooperation between insolvency practitioners. And for that, a legal regime is proposed under the cross-border insolvency model law. So although this legal regime or enablement can also be done through other modes, for example, a protocol, but the model law is a
Sir, there's no audio right now.
Connectivity is lost or not as well.
Can't hear anything. Can't hear anything. I think the speaker has disconnected.
This is what I think.
Okay, I hope I'm audible now.
Sir, you are audible.
Right. So, again, this inconvenience is regretted. There's some connectivity issue. So what is cross-border insolvency? So as we know, cross-border insolvency is a necessity to deal with insolvent debtors with assets across several jurisdictions, and it aids with the insolvency process for the Indian multinational with subsidiaries and assets in foreign jurisdictions undergoing insolvency processes. And what might be the key aspects and advantages for cross-border insolvency? So it is key to improved credit recovery rate, information exchange without delay when the foreign, so now we know that nearly all companies or several companies will have foreign assets, and it will provide easy access and enable the legal regime to take over and control the foreign assets and include them in the resolution process. Apart from that, this will also be beneficial for the foreign investors to come into India and bid for the resolution plans, increasing the value of resolution process. And it also empowers insolvency representatives and the remedy in foreign jurisdictions. Then it seeks to let foreign creditors and bankruptcy professionals initiate or take part in the bankruptcy action in an Indian tribunal. So the model law on cross-border insolvency has been drafted by the UNCITRAL. So the UNCITRAL is the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law. So we understand UN, the United Nations, and the United Nations has several bodies, several organs. One of these is this UNCITRAL, and this is the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law. The purpose of and the function of UNCITRAL is to draft laws or the model legislations to uniform or harmonize the commercial law. That is to enable the international trade. So to enable the international trade or to promote international trade, the UNCITRAL promotes laws to ensure this international trade or unification of the laws which are usually common. So basically business laws, commercial laws. So there are twofold approaches. First approach is that to improve and to increase the international trade. And for promoting of international trade, law is being promoted. And that law is to provide the unification of law, that there can be one law which is applicable like a model law or a convention, or there can be, a harmonization of laws between the various countries. So the business people should not face the difficulty of different legal system in different countries. So that increases the legal costs. But if there is only one law, which is the uniformity of law across countries, then the companies, the businesses would have more faith and more confident, and they would know that our legal costs will reduce. So this is the purpose of what we call as the unification and harmonization of law. Unification means there is one law like convention, and harmonization is like the model law. So model law provides that this is a guidance on which countries can adopt their laws. So this is harmonization of law across the jurisdiction across countries. So over 50 countries have adopted the UNCITRAL model law on cross-border insolvency. And as you can read here, the model law has been drafted by UNCITRAL to assist states in relation to the regulation of corporate insolvency and financial distress involving companies which have assets or creditors in more than one state. So although the model law does not state that it applies only to corporate insolvency, but in India, so far as we have the IBC has, operationalized only the corporate insolvency part. So we will recognize, and again, this has also been mentioned in the Part Z. So the Part Z, draft chapter Part Z issued by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs in 2018 is applicable only on the corporate side, because IBC only the corporate insolvency is notified. So the purpose of these international instruments is twofold, as I have explained to you. One is harmonization and another is unification. So I will take some examples to explain this. So examples of some popular UN instruments adopted by India. So one is this convention. So as I told you that the convention, the best example is the New York Convention on the Recognition and Enforcement of Foreign Arbitral Awards of 1958, and that was adopted in India as the Foreign Awards Recognition and Enforcement Act of 1961. So this is a convention. This is to uniformity. So this promotes uniformity, that there is only one law. So in case of the recognition and arbitration of foreign awards, there is this convention and it is adopted across various jurisdictions as a law. So this is one law across all the countries. Then similar to this ancestral convention on the arbitration awards is the Cape Town Convention that you must be reading about. The Cape Town Convention on Mobile Equipment, that is for aircraft. So the as you might have been reading in the Go Air case, the foreign leasing companies, the Irish leasing companies, they have cited that the moratorium should not be applicable upon the leasers, and leasers should be allowed to take back their aircraft. And for that, the Cape Town Convention should be applicable. So provides that the leasers will still have a right, despite the moratorium, to take back their aircraft. So again, the Cape Town Convention is also a uniform law, and if and when it will be adopted in India, then it will also become a part of the law. Another example of the international laws is the model law, which promotes harmonization. So the best example is the Ancestral Model Law on International Commercial Arbitration of 1985, which was referred in India for drafting and enacting the Arbitration and Conciliation Act of 1996. And similarly, the Ancestral Model Law on Cross-Border Insolvency has also been referred by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs to draft this Part Z. So when we read the Part Z, it starts with the purpose of this part is to adopt the model law on cross-border insolvency in India. So let me. Right. So when you read section 1, purpose, this is the Part Z. Purpose of this part is to incorporate the ancestral model law on cross-border insolvency so as to provide effective mechanisms for dealing with cases of cross-border insolvency. So the draft Part Z in India, this is effectively saying that we are adopting and incorporating the ancestral model law on cross-border insolvency. Again, this is subject to when it is finally adopted and notified. So these are two examples of the foreign laws or international basis, not foreign laws, but international law. And these are international instruments. So two types of instruments, the convention, which focuses upon the unification of laws, and the model law, which focuses upon the harmonization of laws. So ancestral model on cross-border insolvency of 1997, in short MLCBI, adopted in 1997, and it is designed to assist the states to equip their insolvency laws with a modern legal framework to more effectively address cross-border insolvency proceedings concerning debtors experiencing severe financial distress or insolvency. It focuses on authorizing and encouraging cooperation and coordination between jurisdictions rather than attempting the unification of substantive insolvency law, and respects the differences among national procedural laws. Cross-border insolvency is one where the insolvent debtor has assets in more than one state or where some of the creditors of the debtor are not from the state where the insolvency proceeding is taking place. So this defines what is the cross-border insolvency. Now, there are 4 key principles in the model law, and these 4 are: first, access, which provides the access to representatives of the foreign insolvency proceedings and creditors, a right of access to the courts to seek assistance, and also to authorize representatives of the local proceedings to seek assistance elsewhere. So this access will also provide will also enable the IPs, the resolution professionals in India, or the liquidators to seek assistance in other countries. Then recognition, simplified procedures for recognition of qualifying foreign proceedings and appointing the foreign representative as a qualifying foreign proceeding is either a main proceeding taking place where the debtor had its center of main interest, then usually will define that the proceedings are of 2 types. One is a main proceeding, and the main proceeding is usually where the resolution plan process will take place. And apart from that, there can be non-main proceedings, and which will be wherever the debtor has establishment. And the effect is the relief accorded to assist the foreign proceeding. Then relief, interim relief at the discretion of the court, and automatic stay upon recognition of the main proceedings will be provided. Then cooperation and the coordination, and cooperation amongst the courts of states where the debtor's assets are located, and coordination of concurrent proceedings concerning that debtor. So these are 4 key principles, and cooperation and coordination and is very essential, because the cooperation and coordination amongst the courts is key. Now, the applicability of this regime. So this is concerning the draft part Z. So I have incorporated the provisions of the draft part Z, what it provides. And this code provides the adjudicatory authority, that is the draft part Z provides the adjudicatory authority with the power to refusal to take any action for implementation, which in its opinion ought to be manifestly contrary to the public policy of India. So nearly the same grounds that are available for recognition and enforcement of foreign orders, judgments, arbitration, if there is a ground for public policy, then that recognition and orders will not be recognized or enforced. The foreign representative has to apply to the adjudicating authority. The foreign representative shall be bound to follow the code of conduct as may be notified. An application pursuant to this part is made to the adjudicating authority by a foreign representative does not subject the foreign rep or the foreign assets and affairs of the corporate debtor to the jurisdiction of courts in India or the adjudicating authority for any purpose other than the application. So this is clarified that in case the application is made by a foreign representative, that does not mean that he is submitting the foreign assets to the jurisdiction in India. It is just for the purpose of filing of application. And then the penalty provisions for the foreign representatives when any loss of amount or unlawful gain on behalf of the foreign representative takes place. Now, what is the applicability of this cross-border insolvency framework in India? It is applicable to companies, body corporate, LLP, because that is the corporate insolvency part is enforced only in India. It is not applicable to individuals, and it is not applicable to the financial service providers unless specifically notified. Then applicability of the IBC to the foreign companies. So the IBC is to be made applicable to entities which are incorporated with limited liability under the laws of a foreign country and also having an establishment as defined in Part Z in India. Then all the benches of the NCLT are to be vested with the jurisdiction to deal with the applications under Part Z. And this was discussed that whether we should allow only the principal bench to have the jurisdiction in cross-border insolvency matters. But then again, it can be possible that there could be CIRP in any NCLT in the country, and the jurisdiction, the basis for jurisdiction to file the CIRP application is the registered office. And in case there is a company which is already into CIRP, and then cross-border insolvency to be sent to the principal bench would be difficult. Similarly, it was considered that this will also enable the adjudicatory authorities, respective adjudicatory authority, to comprehensively deal with the cross-border insolvency issues as well. So if there's a coordination, this NCLT is supervising, that should be done in the respective adjudicatory authority wherever the registered office of the CD is located. So cross-border proceedings arising out of India's CD will be dealt with at the bench having jurisdiction, and insolvency proceedings pertaining to foreign companies to be dealt with the principal bench of the NCLT. So only for foreign companies, they will go to the principal bench. Otherwise, for all the companies which are CDs located, registered in India, they will be continued in that particular NCLT only. And framework for access to and regulation of foreign representatives. Foreign representatives to be given access to the insolvency system and infrastructure in India for the purpose of cross-border insolvency proceedings. Foreign representatives acting in cross-border insolvency proceedings in India to undergo a minimalistic authorization process with the IBBI, which will be the deemed authorization, and a principle-based light touch code of conduct to be applied to foreign representatives acting in cross-border insolvency proceedings, and IBBI to be empowered to undertake investigation and disciplinary actions against misconduct by the foreign representatives. So these are all provided in the Part Z, and also the rules and regulations which are drafted by the board. So for all of these points which are mentioned in this PPT, I have referred to the 2018 draft Part Z issued by the MCA and the 2020 draft rules and regulations issued by the board. So framework for access by Indian IPs to the foreign proceedings. Neither the IBC nor the IP regulations restrict an IP from applying for accessing the insolvency system of a foreign jurisdiction. Requirement on the IP to report such assignments to the IBBI. The IBBI to specify the format and manner in which such reporting must be made. Then the notice of proceedings. When a notice is required to be given to the creditors of a CD during insolvency resolution, liquidation, or in connection with any other proceeding under the IBC, such notice must be given to known foreign creditors in accordance with the provisions of the IBC, the rules and regulations issued under the IBC. So this draft is already there. So then where it is not possible to give such notice to the foreign creditors, the following shall be deemed as sufficient notice. Firstly, publication of the notice on the website of the CD, and secondly, publication on the notice of the website designated by the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board. An application made by the foreign insolvency representative under Part Z in respect of a CD, he must supply a copy of the same to the CD or IP if a domestic insolvency proceeding is pending. Where a domestic IBC proceeding is instituted in respect of a CD and a proceeding under Part Z is pending with respect to such a CD, the person instituting the IBC proceeding must supply a copy of the application to the foreign representative in the proceeding under Part Z. And determinants of the corporate debtors commi. The CBIRC considered, so this is the cross-border insolvency, the committee constituted by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, considered two key issues in respect to the commi determination. So what is COMI actually? COMI is the center of main interest. So let us okay. Okay. So I was explaining to you the two types of proceedings. So the two types of proceedings are the main proceedings and the non-main proceedings. So the main proceedings are the proceedings where the resolution plan will take place, because there can be multiple countries in which the corporate debtors assets are located, and there can be other grounds for filing cases. And in India we have the registered office, but in other countries there will be some establishment, some office will be there. So even if a company has an office in India, that does not mean that they cannot start any insolvency application. So there can be assets across jurisdictions, and wherever a company's assets are lying, some court process, some legal proceedings can certainly take place, recovery or insolvency or moratorium. So COMI is the center of main interest, which determines the place where the main proceedings will continue. Now, insolvency are collective proceedings. Collective proceedings can only take place at one place, and that place usually is the registered office. But rather than saying that the main proceeding will continue only at the registered office, the model law says that it will be at the COMI, center of main interest. So center of main interest is usually determined by the presumption of the registered office of the corporate debtor. However, in case the registered office of the corporate debtor might be a letterbox company, or there might not be any assets, in those circumstances, the nerve center control or the holdco office might be considered as the COMI to undertake the main insolvency resolution proceedings or the main proceedings. So the determinants of this corporate debtors COMI, which is a center of main interest, and the model law provides that presumption will be the registered office. However, in case the registered office is rebutted, then it will be the nerve control or the control where the holdco or the board of directors sit or take the decisions. Another element that was discussed by the CBIRC was the effective date of COMI determination. Now, in case the presumption of the CD's registered office as COMI is rebutted, the identifiable place of central administration of CD is the key consideration for the determination of its COMI. And in case for the effective date of COMI determination, the rules to be issued by the central government must codify the date of commencement of the foreign proceeding as the effective date for the purpose of determination of COMI. The date of commencement of the foreign proceeding shall be determined as per the local law of the jurisdiction in which such proceeding is initiated. The presumption in favor of the location of the registered office as the COMI will apply only if the registered office of the corporate debtor has not been moved to another country within 3-month period immediately preceding the date of commencement of the foreign proceeding in such country. So these principles have been adopted basis certain leading cases, and we will just go through some of those leading cases which are from foreign jurisdictions, and to understand from where these indicators or these principles are coming from, are flowing from. So any questions still here, please do ask me if there is any difficulty or a question. And I hope I am audible and the PPT is visible to you. All right, now there are these key indicators to ascertain the COMI. And what are these? These are indicators. So while determining the CD's COMI, the adjudicatory authority shall assess where the CD's central administration takes place, and that should be readily ascertainable by third parties, including its creditors, as on the date of commencement of the foreign proceeding. The date of commencement of the foreign proceeding will be determined as per the local laws of the national jurisdiction in which the foreign proceeding is initiated. In making the determination of the corporate debtor's central place of administration, the adjudicatory authority shall have regard to other relevant factors, including the location of the CD's assets, then the location of the CD's books of account, the location of the CD's directors and senior management, then the location of the CD's creditors, then the location and execution of the contracts and applicable law to key contracts and the disputes, then location where financing was organized or authorized, or from where the cash management system was run, then location of the CD's primary bank account, and also location from where the CD's purchasing and sales policy, staff, accounts payable, and computer systems were managed. So these are indicators which are based upon certain cases, decided cases from foreign jurisdictions. So usually for insolvency filing, we know that there has to be a registered office. But in case of international insolvency or cross-border insolvency, several companies registered them in tax havens, Bahamas, Cayman Islands, and so on. And there will be just a registered office without any assets, without any substantive business. And the business will in some other country. And they may want to use that particular jurisdiction to commence the legal proceedings, and that legal jurisdiction will not have any assets. So without any assets, any legal proceeding would be ineffective, because there will be a difficulty of getting it enforced. And again, the seriousness will not be there for the management to defend in that particular jurisdiction. So other type of indicators are mentioned, that these are the other type of indicators upon which the main proceeding can be finalized. There are certain discretionary reliefs in the cross-border insolvency cases, and these are 5, as you can see: participation in proceedings pertaining to the CD, then information sharing, then third, the protection of assets, fourth, collection of claims, and fifth, the realization of assets. So even now, under IBC, under all insolvency laws, certain interim reliefs or discretionary reliefs are always provided. So these interim reliefs or any miscellaneous application can be filed, and these are discretionary, and these are the types of discretionary relief which can be applied for and granted in the cross-border insolvency cases. Now, overview of the cross-border insolvency proceedings of the Jet Airways. So Jet Airways had certain operations in the Netherlands, and on an application made by 2 creditors in the Netherlands for unpaid claims, Jet was declared bankrupt as per Dutch law, and a liquidator was appointed for realizing the Jet's assets. Now, interestingly, so other countries, different countries have the different insolvency processes. So in India, we follow a step-by-step approach, that when an insolvency application is filed, in the first stage, the resolution process is explored, and only when the insolvency resolution process is not possible or has failed will a liquidation start. But in most countries, the applicant can choose whether they want the restructuring plan or they may want a liquidation. So in this case, the Dutch law provided for the liquidation application to be filed. And there were these 2 operational creditors who were suppliers to the Jet, and Jet had 2 aircraft which was in Netherlands, and the portion of the outstanding amount of these two operational creditors was hardly 10% of the value of those two aircraft. Now, again, this is again a question why they chose to file liquidation proceedings. That they were secured operational creditors. So sometimes operational creditors are unsecured, as we know here, but there these were secured operational creditors, and they could have got it realized through the debt recovery as well. However, they filed for the liquidation insolvency process. So it's that the court will also decide what will go to the claimants in Netherlands, and the remaining would be remitted to other claimants, other creditors, let's say in India. So first is regarding this application. What was the application? So application was a liquidation order, liquidation application. Liquidation order was granted, and the liquidator was appointed in Netherlands. This liquidator brought this liquidation order to India for recognition and enforcement. He came to Bombay because Bombay was the place of, because this Maharashtra, Bombay, Mumbai was the place of the registered office of JET. So NCLT Mumbai initially said that we don't have any cross-border insolvency law, and they rejected the recognition and enforcement of that Dutch order. Then by this time, this Dutch administrator appealed in the NCLAT, and by the time the appeal in NCLAT came up, the SBI filed Section 7 application against JET in NCLT, which was admitted. So by the time, so while the objective of Dutch proceeding was the liquidation of the debtor's assets, the objective of the resolution process under IBC was to save the organizational capital of the firm, including selling the firm as a going concern within the period allowed by the IBC. Now, in an appeal filed against the order before NCLAT, the NCLAT put in place a protocol for cooperation between the Dutch liquidator and the IP under the IBC proceedings. The protocol explicitly recognized the conflicting objectives of the Dutch liquidation process and the IBC process, and built in a provision requiring the Dutch liquidator and the IP in India to adhere to the objectives of the two laws to the extent possible. The order recognizing the protocol stated that in the spirit of cooperation, the Dutch trustee aims to not take any decision under the Dutch proceedings that would adversely impact the interest of the company or the creditors. In the event it becomes necessary for the Dutch trustee, in compliance with the Dutch Bankruptcy Court or any other court or under any applicable law, to take any decision that might adversely impact the interest of the company or the creditors, the Dutch trustee shall give advance intimation of such decision to the RP. So this is the JET case, and SBI order was on 26th September 2019, and this is the cross-border insolvency protocol, and all clauses have been accepted by each party, and this is the protocol. So in Netherlands, JET has been declared bankrupt and the Dutch trustee has been appointed to manage the estate of the company. And the Dutch proceedings together with the Indian proceedings are the proceedings. So NCLAT directed the RP in consultation with the COC to consider the prospect of cooperating with the Dutch trustee so as to have a joint corporate insolvency resolution process of the company. So this is the protocol. Any reference to this protocol or any other document also refers to any amendment or supplements to it, and any restatement or novation of it. and so on. The purpose. So the parties acknowledge that while the Indian proceedings is one that is focused on the revival, resolution of insolvency, and the maximization of the value of the assets for the benefit of all, the main objective of the Dutch proceeding is to deal with the liquidation of the assets of the company located in Netherlands. And these are the wordings. In recognition of substantive differences among the proceedings in both jurisdictions, this protocol shall not impose on the RP or the Dutch trustee any duties or obligations that may be inconsistent with or that may conflict with the duties or obligations to which the parties are subject under applicable law, or that are not in the interest of the company's estate represented by the parties or creditors. So aims of the protocol: coordination, communication, information and data sharing, and preservation. Then claims to reconciliation, maximizing the value of assets and recoveries, and comity. And effectiveness, communication, and enforcement. So these are the key aspects, key features of the protocol. As you can see, this is a quite detailed protocol. Assets are also listed. So Dutch assets. So in the spirit of clause 2 and 3 and the proposed cooperation, the Dutch trustee shall not, without consulting the RP, sell, transfer, encumber, alienate, abandon, or dispose of any asset of the company in or outside the Netherlands, or any legal right or beneficial interest therein, and make all reasonable attempts and efforts at all times in preventing any third-party creditor from undertaking any such action anywhere during the course of the proceedings. Then in the event the Dutch trustee conducts a sale of any of the assets of the company subject to the Dutch law, the Dutch trustee shall hold. So the NCLAT did not give a stay order that, so as some of you might be aware that there is a anti-suit injunction. So some courts grant anti-suit injunction to stop to stay the proceedings in another court. But here NCLAT did not give any stay on the Dutch court because the liquidation order had already been passed. So they just mentioned, in the event that the trustee conducts a sale of any of the assets of the company subject to the Dutch law, the Dutch trustee shall hold the sale proceeds of the sale of the assets of the company in a bankruptcy account. So although that aircraft was still sold in Netherlands, and the Dutch creditors, operational creditors, were also paid, and the remaining money brought to India and made part of this resolution pool. So costs and then stays of proceeding and so on. So rights, amendments, no deemed waivers, third-party rights. Now, why this is important? Why this protocol is important? It's quite detailed protocol. And as you might be aware, now we are reading in the news that the cross-border insolvency model law might not be adopted in this monsoon session. So in case there are cross-border insolvencies, probably the only way to go about is this protocol. So this protocol would have to be entered between those two courts, between these two insolvency practitioners. So this is not a country-to-country protocol, although the IBC provides for a country-to-country protocol. But even the country-to-country protocol not being there, the case-to-case basis, IPs may adopt such protocol for coordination and cooperation. All right. So any questions still here? Any difficulty? So the applicability of model law on cross-border insolvency, we have already covered, mostly related to medium to large corporations, and it visualizes one corporation having assets and businesses in various countries. And the main purpose is protection of business as a going concern and seeks to achieve higher value for assets. However, there are certain causes of concern, and concern is mostly related to the treatment of secured and unsecured creditors. Then the requirement of reciprocity is difficult to achieve. So most of the countries who have adopted the model law, they have not put in a reciprocity requirement. But in India, in the draft part Z, the reciprocity requirement has been mentioned. So this reciprocity requirement might make it difficult to achieve in this true sense. Then what are the different schools of thought for the cross-border insolvency? Now, one is a territorial approach. And in this, each country exercises its own domestic insolvency laws in relation to all the debtors' property and all its creditors located within its jurisdiction. And the creditors seek for assets in several jurisdictions. Creditors may not be summoned. Foreign creditors may not be aware of the process. And then investors subject to uncertainty, and debtors may take advantage of lack of international cooperation and opportunistic behavior. So territorialist is basically that whatever is in my location in my country will be appropriate to me only. But this is not workable because the foreign investors will not invest in such countries. Then we have a universalist approach. And in this, the cross-border insolvency is administered pursuant to a single jurisdiction. And so this is the collective proceeding. And in one place, this restructuring or the resolution plan process takes place. Creditors are treated fairly and equitably. There is efficient distribution amongst the creditors. However, it is difficult to get a pure universalist system because you have to treat all creditors, all domestic or foreign, equitably, fairly and equitably. You cannot prioritize the domestic over the foreign. Then there are hybrid approaches, which are unified universalism and the cooperative territorialism. So basically, most countries adopt some of these hybrid approaches, and which keeps into account the domestic concerns and interests. Then the focus point is the different proceedings. So I've already explained to you the two types of proceedings. One is a main proceeding, and the main proceeding is based upon the COMI, which is center of main interest. And the second type of proceeding is a non-main proceeding. And this can take place at any place where the debtor has commercial establishments. Then certain other key concepts and definitions. The foreign proceeding means a collective judicial or administrative proceeding in a foreign country, including an interim proceeding pursuant to a law relating to insolvency, in which proceeding the assets and affairs of the CD are subject to control or supervision by a foreign court for the purpose of reorganization or liquidation. The foreign representative means the person body authorized in a foreign proceeding to administer the reorganization or the liquidation of the CD's assets or affairs, or to act as a representative of the foreign proceeding, and includes any person or a body appointed on an interim basis. So the first two aspects that are looked into is the foreign proceeding, because in different countries, the insolvency or related processes can be, in multiple forms, multiple nomenclatures. So how to identify that there is a proceeding, for example, which may be called as an A1 moratorium. So let's say the UK, A1 moratorium is also insolvency proceeding. The administration is also insolvency proceeding. Then there is a CVA, company voluntary arrangement, that is also a insolvency proceeding. So, and there can be, other type of proceedings which may be classified as insolvency proceeding. So foreign proceeding must be collective, judicial or administrative proceeding pursuant to a law related to insolvency. So this is law relating to insolvency. So law relating to insolvency also involves debt recovery or the winding up. So in UK, the winding up is also similar to the insolvency, because even in India, in the previous old 1956 Companies Act, Section 433E provided for inability to pay debt, the company can be wound up. Winding up application could be filed against a company for inability to pay. Initially, the amount was rupees 500, and later on it was increased to rupees 1 lakh. So foreign proceeding, so there in some countries that can be different type. There can be a temporary administration order, but we will see in a case that the temporary administration order is not considered as the insolvency application or the foreign proceeding. Then foreign representative, and again, these are specifics, and these requirements have to be met. The structure of the Part Z, and this is in, as you can see, 6 parts. So 6 parts provide the various provisions and the structure of this cross-border insolvency draft law of India. So clause 1 to 6 are focused on the general provisions and public policy. Then clause 7 to 18 are from access to foreign reps and creditors to the adjudicating authority. Then recognition of a foreign proceeding and relief, clause 12 to 20. Then cooperation with foreign courts and foreign representatives, clauses 21 to 23. Then concurrent proceedings, clauses 24 to 28. And then miscellaneous from clause 29 to 31. So Part Z should apply only to the CDs, as the IBC pertaining to individuals and partnership firms has not been notified. Then there are some of these concepts like public policy and authorization of a resolution professional or liquidator to act in a foreign country, access to foreign representatives, then the center of main interest. So this is one of a very famous case, the Eurofood case. And although it is from the European Union, and this may not be applicable to India, but this provides us a very valuable guidance on how the insolvency proceedings take place, or what could be the probable issues in any insolvency proceeding. So Eurofood was a company into dairy business, and Eurofood was actually like a special purpose vehicle to provide funding. So the holding company, the holdco, was this Parmalat, and Parmalat was the holding company. Subsidiary was Eurofood. Eurofood was registered in Ireland. Ireland has also tax beneficial laws. And then the loans were taken by Eurofood in Ireland from lenders, banks, British banks and American banks like Barclays Bank, Bank of New York, and so on. And that money was invested into South America to expand the dairy business. However, that business failed miserably, and Eurofood was into distress. So in December 2003, Parmalat made an application for a temporary administration order for Eurofood in Italy. Now, this is to be noted because we have already read the definition of insolvency proceeding. Now, the first question is whether this temporary administration order will amount to insolvency proceeding or not. If it is not, then there is no ground for its recognition and enforcement under cross-border insolvency. So ultimately, it was then this Parmalat Holdco made an application for temporary administration order, which was granted. And in the meantime, the insolvency proceeding was filed in Ireland by the bankers on 27 January 2004. So the bankers saw that, that application which was filed by Parmalat in Italy was a temporary administration order, and it was not a bankruptcy or insolvency order. Then by this time, the Italians realized that this December case filing was not insolvency, will not be amounting to insolvency proceeding. So they filed another case, which was on February 2004. And this was the insolvency filing. And the court said that Eurofoods Comi was in Italy because its management and central control came for its Parmalat Holdco. Then this so what had happened by this time was that when this insolvency proceeding was filed and opened and admitted in Ireland on 27 January 2004, this Irish administrator went to Italy to get this order recognized and enforced. The Italians refused. After that, in February 20, the Italians, that is this company, Parmalat, they filed insolvency application. But what happened here was that so there are two things here. One is that this Irish representative comes to Italy to get this 27 January order enforced and recognized in Italy, and the Italian representative goes to Ireland to get this order recognized and enforced in Ireland. So both the courts reject that no, I have opened the insolvency proceeding, and there can be only one main insolvency proceeding, which will be the place of the resolution plan proceedings. So ultimately on March 23rd, the Dublin High Court held that Eurofoods Comi was located in Ireland. And also, if you see here, it appeared to the third party creditors that its Comi was located in Ireland. And mind that this is the same line which has been adopted, appeared to the third party creditors that we have read has been incorporated into the cross-border insolvency law in India as well. So this is the Eurofood case, which has provided some key principles. Now, another important aspect was the date of opening of the cross-border insolvency proceedings, or date of opening or the filing. Now, the date is also very crucial because usually the date will also have a priority, at which date the insolvency proceeding was filed. So in the EU, there is also a law that in case there is an insolvency application filed and admitted, then all over the European Union, no other insolvency will be admitted on behalf of that same company. So the rule of priority in filing of the insolvency application is also applicable. Then the center of main interest, the place of registered office, and where a debtor is a subsidiary company whose registered office and that of its parent company are situated in two different member states, the presumption can be rebutted only if factors which are both objective and ascertainable by third parties enable it to be established that an actual situation exists which is different from that which location at that registered office is deemed to reflect. And that could be so in particular in the case of a company not carrying out any business in the territory of the member state in which its registered office is situated. So the place of registered office is the usual normal default rule. It is a presumption, but that presumption can be rebutted in case the office does not have any assets or it's like a letterbox company. Then the rule in the EU is the main insolvency proceeding opened by a court of a member state must be recognized by the courts of the other member states without the latter being able to review the jurisdiction of the court of the opening state. So this is that if in case, so this is the rule of priority also, whenever an insolvency proceeding against a CD is admitted in any member state of the EU, then other member states will not review, but will just recognize that already insolvency proceeding or the main proceeding has been opened. So others should not open the main proceeding. And this rule of priority provides that insolvency proceedings opened in one member state are to be recognized in all the member states from the time that they produce their effects in the state of the opening of the proceedings. So questions for the ECJ? So what constituted the opening of insolvency proceedings? Then what are the governing factors for determining a center of main interest? And that whether a member state had to give recognition to a decision of another member state purporting to open insolvency proceedings in respect of a debtor when the debtor had not been given the rights to fair procedures and a fair hearing. So this was also argued by the Irish administrator that when he went to the Italian court to get the Irish order recognized and enforced, the Italians did not entertain him and they threw him out. So that is why he was denied the right to fair procedures and fair hearing. So two parallel main proceedings arose because each court decided that Eurofood's center of main interest was located in its own country. So two set of factors necessary to determine the proper location of the commie. And the first set of factors is the location where a debtor regularly administered its own interest as ascertainable by third parties in the country in which it is incorporated. The second set of factors arises from the location of the parent company, which by virtue of its ownership and power to appoint directors is able to control the policy decisions of the subsidiary. Now, when these factors point to different countries for the location of the commie, the court must determine the relative weight to give to each factor. And this criteria is required to be both objective and ascertainable by third parties, typically the debtors, major creditors. The same phrase, same statement you will find in the Government of India, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs rules, regulations as well. Rules and the IBA regulations. So presumption is that the commis is located in the country of register office, but the presumption can be rebutted, and the rebuttal is on in case of only letterbox company, that is the company which is not carrying on any business in the country where its registered office is located. So this was the case of Eurofood, and ultimately the European Court of Justice decided that the Irish court will continue the case, and Ireland will have the main jurisdiction because the commis is in Ireland, for the reasons that, first of all, the prior in time insolvency proceeding was opened in Ireland, and also the creditors wanted that the insolvency proceeding be continued in the Ireland only. So when we read the statement that it was ascertainable to third party creditors, so in the loan agreements and the due diligence, they had mentioned that their agreement will be in that this in case of dispute, the litigation will be in Ireland only. So any questions? Anything if you want to ask anything? So the ECJ decision is that the main proceeding will continue only in Ireland, and the two reasons were firstly that prior in time insolvency proceeding commenced in Ireland, and it was secondly it was ascertainable to third party creditors that the commis would be in Ireland only, and this statement that it is as easily ascertainable to the third party creditors also finds place in the draft Part Z and the 2020 rules and regulations. Another case is this Interdil versus Falimento. So what happened here was that there is a transfer of registered office, and so Interdil was a company registered in Italy. On 18 July 2001, it transferred its office to UK and removed itself from the Italian Register of Companies. On 28 October 2003, Intesa Financial Creditor petitioned the Italian courts to open bankruptcy proceedings against Interdil. So you can see that more than 2 years have passed. So after it has shifted its business, more than 2 years have already passed. Now Interdil argued that the Italian court lacked jurisdiction as a result of the transfer of its registered office to the UK, and that only the UK courts had jurisdiction to open the insolvency proceedings. So the decision given was, so here we find this rule of 3 months. So what can be the look back time? So in case so what is to be checked in case there is any apprehension, in case the CD is facing any difficulty, and to avoid a particular legal jurisdiction, to avoid litigation, and they are shifting their registered office to another company. Now in that case, it can easily be known to the financial creditors in a very short time. So look back period of 3 months has been given. So in case the company becomes insolvent or the insolvency application is filed within 3 months of the shifting, then the insolvency application can be filed in the original place of the registered office of the company. So had this been prior to 3 months of the shifting, then Italian court could have assumed the jurisdiction, but not afterwards. So in this case, we have seen it's more than 2 years. So July 2001, the office was shifted from Italy to UK. And in October 2003, the insolvency application was filed. So more than 2 years have passed since the shifting of office. So the rule is that in case the insolvency application is filed within 3 months, then it can be filed in the original place or the place of the previous registered office. The same 3 months period is also mentioned in the insolvency rules and regulations in case of shifting of the registered office to determine the COMI. So reading Interdil and Eurofood, reading Interdil together with Eurofood has provided some clarity as to the interpretation of COMI, which should be useful in future cases. And COMI is presumed to be the country in which the registered office is located. However, if a registered office has been moved within 3 months prior to the request to open insolvency or restructuring proceedings, that presumption can be rebutted. Okay, any questions still here? Any doubts, if you may have? Now, these are some cases of the group companies. Now we covered some individual cases of cross-border insolvency. Now, some cases of group insolvency. So the group insolvency legal framework is not there in any country, but the judges have taken decisions to consolidate basis certain factors. Now, this is a case of Daisy Tech, UK case of 2003. So in 2003, Daisy Tech, the parent company, defaulted on its financial covenants, and this default caused financial problems for the subsidiaries in Europe. Consequently, insolvency proceedings were filed in US, England, Germany, and France. So in 4 countries against the subsidiaries and the holdco, various insolvency proceedings were filed. But in light of the case, the facts and circumstances, the English court was satisfied that the COMI of each company in the group was situated in England, specifically in Bradford. And the English High Court argued and held that the head office in Bradford was the coordinator and performer of the European group, which included, for example, the negotiation of the supply contracts. So the consolidation was ordered, this procedural consolidation was ordered by the British court, and on the ground of this head office function. So this is this office in Bradford, which was the coordinator and performer of the main work of this group, which was the negotiation of supply contract. And this was the ground on which the consolidation was ordered at Bradford in England. The court provided a detailed analysis of the evidences and factors which affected its final decision to adopt the head office function approach. The court placed particular emphasis on the claim that the center of the debtor's main interest was ascertainable by third parties. From the point of view of the English court, the third parties are the creditors. So in the case of a trading company, these creditors are most likely to be its trade suppliers and its financiers. And the court found that most funding was provided through English financial institutions. Furthermore, the court found that most of the factual evidence indicated that a head office in Bradford was managing and controlling all of the companies in the group. Following the important decision in the Daisy Tech case, The same principle was applied in the case of MG Rover, where the English court rebutted the presumption in Article 3, Clause 1, that commie is where the registered office of the company is located, applying instead the head office function approach. So in few cases, these group insolvency, consolidation has been ordered, and this is the head office function approach to order procedural consolidation. Now there is a case of coordination. So coordination and cooperation between the courts. So this is one of the very famous cases, cooperation and coordination, Maxwell Communication Corporation in the US and UK courts. These courts showed a remarkable degree of cooperation and reconciliation of the laws of both forums. So the facts are, Maxwell Corporation Group followed a scandalous path which forced the international cooperation into the bankruptcy. At the time the company declared voluntary insolvency, it was headquartered and managed in UK and also incurred most of its debts in the UK jurisdiction. However, 80% of Maxwell assets were located in the US, primarily in its two major subsidiaries. Upon bankruptcy, Maxwell filed a petition for reorganization under Chapter 11 of the US Bankruptcy Code and simultaneously petitioned the High Court in London for administration order. So administration order is also an insolvency proceeding, which is similar to a reorganization. Now, concurrent proceedings in different countries, especially in multi-party cases like bankruptcies, can lead to inconsistencies and conflicts. However, the two courts independently raised with the respective counsel the concept that a protocol between the two administrations would be helpful, not only to resolve an impasse, but also to facilitate better and more timely exchanges of information. These parallel proceedings in the UK and US courts resulted in a high level of international cooperation and a significant degree of harmonization of the laws of the two countries. So, one of the key striking aspects of this case was that the courts attempted also to sit at the same time. So even though the time difference was could have been around 6 to 7 hours, the other side of the Atlantic, sometimes 7 to 8 hours, but still the court tried to sit at the same time. There was video conferencing. One court could view the proceedings going on in the other court. And this was one element of cooperation, and the courts avoided passing conflicting judgments. And this was also a good example of group insolvency and cooperation and coordination between the courts. So this was the first case in India, insolvency case, Raja of Vizianagaram versus Official Receiver, 1962. So this was the first case of insolvency in India, and this was also resolved through a protocol. The foreign creditors of a company which is incorporated in England and carried on business in India can prove their claims in the winding up proceedings of the company as an unregistered company in India. The courts of a country dealing with the winding up of a company can ordinarily deal with the assets within their jurisdiction and not with the assets of the company outside their jurisdiction. Section 271(3) says that the company incorporated outside India may be wound up as an unregistered company when it ceases to carry on business in India. So Section 271(3) of the Companies Act. So we have these two provisions as of now, 234 and 235. And there has to be some, there could be protocol or agreements entered into between countries, between India and other countries, but no such agreement has been entered till now. We have seen few cases which were decided basis the protocol entered between the IPs, and there was some, there was considerable emphasis upon the IP's role. So in this case again, Raja Vijayanagaram, a key element is that the creditors cannot profit. So that it's a tried rule. If the creditors owe, let's say, 100 rupees and the company is sold for 110, then the creditors cannot take more than 100 rupees. The 10 rupees will go to the claimants, which are the the shareholders. So the creditors can never profit, and whatever is the surplus will always go back to the owners or the shareholders. These are some cases on cross-border insolvency and group insolvency. So any cases, any difficulties? Can we take a short break for 5 minutes now?
Yes, sir.
Then I will discuss one of this case and some other issues.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so welcome back. Can we start now?
Yes, sir, we can start now.
Yes, sir.
Now, group insolvency, we have had this Videocon case, just going through a recap. The Videocon. So the background for order of consolidation, the consortium of banks led by the SBI moved an application for substantial consolidation of the 15 companies belonging to the Videocon group, where the consortium was the common creditor. Separate CIRP petitions were admitted against all the entities, but the processes failed to obtain any attractive bid because of the lack of collateral assets and their inability to survive individually. And the absence of any prevailing provision in the legislation using its sovereign jurisdiction, Honorable NCLT Mumbai analyzed bankruptcy jurisprudence in the US and UK and decided in favor of the consortium by admitting the petition of consolidation of 13 entities out of 15. The test for consolidation primary test the 13 parameters approach. The NCLT bench offered a two-step test to consolidate the assets and liabilities of the corporate debtor. Before arriving at any conclusion on consolidation, the existence of certain ingredients are necessary to be examined. For prima facie inquiry, the tribunal emphasized on the checklist approach from the US to provide for these 13 factors like common control, common directors, common assets, liabilities, interdependence, lacing of finance, pooling of resources, coexistence for survival, intricate link of subsidiaries, intertwined accounts, interlooping of debts, singleness of economic units, common financial creditors, and common group of corporate debtors. Basis the above primary test, the Honorable NCLT decided to consolidate 13 group entities of the 15 entities, that is Messrs. Value Industries Limited, Messrs. Evans. So these 13 companies were consolidated out of the 15 of the Videocon group. Then step 2, self-test for self-independence of the entity, independent CRP process of 2 entities, Scale and Trent. So the tribunal further provided for looking into individual entities and segregating them into categories based on the above factors as parameters. The first category comprises entities whose assets and liabilities are so intermingled that if segregated, the possibility of maximization of asset value is too bleak. Whereas the second category comprises of units which, even if segregated, have the possibility of viable, profitable restructuring proposals. Taking a cue from the US bankruptcy regime, the tribunal stressed upon balancing the equity between consolidation and maintaining corporate separateness. The bench held that if an entity is self-serving, self-dependent, and self-sustainable, a view can be taken for not granting consolidation. Applying the above principle, the tribunal kept these two companies, Kale and Trend, outside the procedural consolidation. So procedural consolidation was ordered for 13 entities. And the background I've already explained to you. The background was that they were not able to obtain resolution plans. And consortium of banks led by SBI moved the application. So this is what had happened in the case of Videocon. So fair market value was around 4,070 crores. Liquidation value was around 2,570 crore, and resolution plan approved was approved. Now the report on the group insolvency. Okay, so let me just reflect only on this. Now the CBIRC 2 on group insolvency, which provides the draft part ZA, so we have seen the Videocon case. Now, application for initiation of the group coordination. Now, application can be filed on behalf of 2 or more group members by the respective RPs or liquidators as the case may be. And this is file application if the COC of such CD approves the filing of such application by a vote of not less than 66%. So it requires that all the companies, the holdco and the subsidiaries must be under, so all those companies which have to be consolidated, they must already be under CIRP or liquidation. And individually COC has to approve by 66% that we want to join the group consolidation. So this Videocon approach, where the SBI being the lead consortium took the initiative to consolidate the proceedings in Mumbai NCLT. That is not matching here, because in the interest, it says that a group may have multiple companies which may be spread across various states. And all of those companies must be under insolvency, CARP or liquidation, and their COC has to approve by 66% of the votes. Then information relating to the insolvency professional proposed to be appointed as the group coordinator. Then there will be one insolvency professional who will be appointed as the group coordinator. Now, interestingly, in Videocon, there was one for the group consolidation, but there is a group coordinator. However, this procedural consolidation is for a group coordination to enable the individual value maximization. So individual companies must already be under CIRP or liquidation. Their COC will approve by 66% votes at least. And then individual resolution plans will be proposed, and individual resolution plans will be approved, considered and approved by the individual COC of all those group companies separately. Now, as far another issue is this admission or the rejection of the application. Now, this application for the consolidation can be admitted, and usually it will be admitted at the place, and the group coordination will take place at the place of the first filing of such application. So a concern that is noted is that in case there is a holdco and there are subsidiaries, or there is a bigger company in a group and then there are smaller companies, and in case the smaller companies, usually the smaller companies might be into financial distress, they may go into CIRP earlier. And similarly, if prior in time any of those small companies start the group consolidation, then that group consolidation will be commenced there only, rather than at the place of the holdco or the bigger company. So this is appointment powers and duties of the group coordinator. Adjudicating authority shall appoint a group coordinator to conduct the group coordination proceeding on the group coordination commencement date, and appoint a person proposed by the applicant to act as a group coordinator. Participation in the group coordination proceedings. So the committee of creditors, so this is 66% of its voting shares, and may within 30 days of the group coordination commencement date choose to participate in a group coordination proceeding. May choose or may choose not to. So time period is also given to them, 30 days, that they should take a decision within 30 days. So there may be a group strategy, but the group strategy is not like a group resolution plan. And a group strategy could be how to invite the resolution plans, but certainly resolution plans will be individual. However, there will be a group COC as well. So this still has to be specified. The group coordinator shall develop a group strategy for the coordination of insolvency proceedings in consultation with the group committee in such manner as may be specified. So this is yet to be specified, how this group strategy will be prepared. The draft law provides for the voting on a group strategy as well. But the group strategy is not a common resolution plan. So an illustration has been provided regarding the voting powers. So illustration, company A, B, C, D, E are part of a group. B, C, D are undergoing a CIRP. E is undergoing liquidation under the code. A group coordination proceeding is opened in which B, C, D, E are all participating. A group strategy shall be approved if the COC of company B approves the group strategy by a vote of at least 66%. Then COC of C also approves by 66. Then COC of D approves, and the liquidator of E approves the group strategy. So this group strategy will be approved when all of these are approving this group strategy. So group strategy will be terminated after it has been fully implemented. Or they fail to approve a group strategy. So the detailed rules and regulations are required, but I just wanted to bring to your notice that the comparison between the Videocon case and the new group guidelines. So it was easy when there is a lead banker involved. So the lead banker takes an initiative to consolidate, and there was a common resolution plan for all, but the new law proposes separate resolution plans, and the detailed rules are still yet to be provided. So this was one thing I wanted to introduce to you regarding the group strategy, the group insolvency framework, and the Videocon case. So any questions still here? In case, you're most welcome. I will take few more cases. Now, this is one case which is not related to insolvency or cross-border insolvency, but rather this is a case which is related to the cross-border litigation. So this is a case of cross-border litigation, which also involves some issues of insolvency and bankruptcy, and also some issues which were touched in India. So it's an interesting case. So this Sumikin Busan and was a Hong Kong company. And as you can read here, execution application at the interest or instance of the plaintiff, Sumikin Busan International of Hong Kong, whereby the immovable property at Bombay owned by Manohar Lal, who was the judgment debtor resident of Singapore, has been attached by order dated 12 January 2004. So the case is that this Sumikin Busan International Hong Kong had a claim against this Kingshing Enterprises. So Kingshing Enterprises is the company which was promoted by Manohar Lal, and Manohar Lal was a resident of Singapore, originally belongs to Bombay. And Manohar Lal had this company Kingshing. So Kingshing was to pay some amount to Sumikin Busan, and the Hong Kong court delivered a judgment in favor of Sumikin Busan. So Kingshing became the judgment debtor, and Manohar Lal was also the judgment debtor, being a guarantor to the Kingshing Enterprises. Now, as it happens in case of the execution proceedings, whenever there is an execution order, it needs to be enforced, and the judgment creditor will usually go to any place wherever the judgment debtor's assets are located to get that execution order enforced. So there may have been some assets in Hong Kong, may not, but the judgment order might not, certainly was not satisfied in Hong Kong. So they went to Singapore, and they also went to Bombay. So we are concerned with the Bombay because Bombay, Manohar the guarantor, had some immovable property, and they filed an application for recognition and enforcement. So mind you, this is not the insolvency, this is the existing law in India. So this also tells you what is the existing law in India for recognition and enforcement of foreign judgments and orders. So the existing is Section 44A of the CPC, which relates to the direct enforcement of foreign judgments. So there are two requirements under Section 44A which provides for a direct enforcement, and that is that the foreign court must be a superior court and it must be in the notified categories. That must be a reciprocating territory. So the Section 44A of CPC has a list, has a schedule in which there are countries which are reciprocating territories. On reciprocal basis, their superior court orders are directly enforced in India, or in the Indian courts orders are also directly enforced in those countries. So initially this Hong Kong order, the judgment creditor went to Bombay and said that we have a judgment, and under Section 44A kindly allow us the direct enforcement. But the Bombay High Court said that the court said that Hong Kong SAR is not a reciprocating territory under 44A, so we cannot recognize that. So, but again, the other option available is Section 1314 of the CPC. So a regular suit has to be filed, and then there are certain grounds which are to be looked into, that foreign judgment is not violating the public policy, it is pronounced merits and so on. So if it does not satisfies the conditions, then it is sent for enforcement. So it is recognized and sent for enforcement. So even despite this 44A application not being admitted, but the other regular application under as per 13 and 14 of CPC was admitted by the court, and it was sent for execution. So here execution proceedings were initiated and the property was also attached. So now what happens is that the execution proceedings were initiated and the property of Manohar Lal in Bombay was attached. So what happened then? The defendant Manohar Lal, he argued, let us take so what happened then was that this Manohar Lal, he filed bankruptcy application in Singapore. Singapore admitted the bankruptcy application, and upon admitting of the bankruptcy application, a stay is ordered. So this Manohar Lal brought this stay to India and said that I have a bankruptcy order, stay, and kindly stay this execution proceeding which have been started against my property. So it's a very interesting and ingenious argument that, well, execution proceedings and attachment proceedings are already starting in Bombay, and he files the bankruptcy application in Singapore. So although India did not have this sort of a law, so he could not file in India. So Singapore had that bankruptcy law, and he filed that bankruptcy application. Bankruptcy was admitted, moratorium was granted, and then he brings that moratorium to India, recognition and enforcement of foreign judgment and order. So this then he brings it to Bombay, and then the Bombay court has to decide whether to enforce that moratorium stay or not. Then had it recognized that Singapore insolvency stay order, then the applicant, which is Manharlal, would have succeeded to stay the execution proceeding, attachment proceeding of his property, which was initiated by the Sumikin Busan of Hong Kong. So in the present case, the question is whether Singapore court has the jurisdiction to interfere with the defendant execution against the Mumbai property in India. And with respect to the principle laid down in Galbraith versus Grimshaw, the answer to that depends on whether the attachment occurred prior to the granting of the bankruptcy order in Singapore. If the Mumbai property had already been attached prior to the bankruptcy order in Singapore, it is difficult to see how the subsequent bankruptcy of the plaintiff can affect the execution proceeding in India. So the court could have, discussed and decided whether at all the Singapore bankruptcy order can be recognized and enforced. Rather, it did not give an opinion whether the Singapore bankruptcy order can be recognized and enforced. Rather, it just said that prior to the Singapore bankruptcy stay order, the execution proceeding had already been started in Bombay, so now it cannot be interfered with. So while the stay was initially granted by a single judge of the High Court of Bombay, this was reversed on appeal. In appeal, the division bench, after discussing the relevant case law, including Galbraith and Grimshaw, held that the attachment in India occurred prior to the adjudication of bankruptcy in Singapore. Accordingly, it was held that the bankruptcy orders granted in Singapore could not affect the right of the attaching creditor in India. So this was fair. This was the decision which was given down. So this case highlights the lack of framework for dealing with cross-border insolvency cases in India, as the current framework does not completely provide for a quick and fair adjudication of a complicated bankruptcy proceeding. So again, just to provide a recap, the bankruptcy stay action was brought by the King Shing Enterprises and P1, which is Manharlal. KSE, King Shing, was a customer of Sumikin Busan, and Manharlal was the guarantor of the debts owed by KSE. It was in respect of a debt owed by the KSE that a successful action was brought in the Hong Kong against both King Shing and Manharlal. This eventually gave rise to the Hong Kong judgment debt, the enforcement of which forms the basis of the long-standing dispute between the plaintiff and the defendant. Held, Singapore is not in any event the forum convenience. This is a good case for abuse of process. So this is one case for international litigation, cross-border litigation, and it also touches upon certain elements of insolvency, as you've already seen. Any questions here? So I will continue with some other cases on cross-border insolvency principles. This relief. So there is this case of the Platinum Partners Value Arbitrage Fund, which was the bankruptcy Southern District of New York case of 2018. And recognition of Cayman Islands liquidation, US court ordered accountants to disclose information under discovery rules, even though this relief was not available in the Cayman Islands. So there is several cases when there is a liquidation of a company situated in a let's say a tax haven like Cayman Islands, and there are no substantial assets. So the US court will can provide for relief. So even though the US did not have the registered office, but US had the detailed assets, and the control, the management was in US. So the US court ordered the accountant. So the argument was that US does not have the COMI, the registry office is in Cayman Islands. But the US court ordered relief. So this is a discretionary relief. And the employees of this company, which was in US, they were ordered to provide certain information, even though this relief was not available in the Cayman Islands as per their law. Then Article 23 also applies to voidable transactions. And Article 23 states actions to avoid acts detrimental to the creditors. And upon recognition of a foreign proceeding, the foreign representative has standing to initiate. And this is referring to the types of actions to avoid or otherwise render ineffective acts detrimental to the creditors that are available in the state to a person or body administering a reorganization or the liquidation. Then secondly, when the foreign proceeding is a foreign non-main proceeding, the court must be satisfied that the action relates to assets that, under the law of the state, should be administered in the foreign non-main proceeding. So the model law also provides for the voidable transactions, what approach has to be adopted. There is an interesting case which is Anthony Gibbs and Sons versus La Societe Industrielle Commercial de Metro. This is the called as the famous Gibbs case. And the rule provides, unless a creditor submits to a foreign proceeding designed to bring about the cancellation of a debtor's obligations will discharge only those liabilities governed by the law of the country in which that proceeding took place. This rule is contentious as it undermines the cross-border insolvencies by requiring local proceeding to be opened to compromise local debts. And the defense in the UK, so it has been heavily criticized since 1890 for over 100 years. It has been criticized, but Britain, UK is not changing this rule, and it defends as it aids in contractual certainty. So it basically states that wherever the governing law of any contract or financial obligation is UK, and in case there is a resolution process which is conducted outside the UK, then it will not be binding on the UK in case the UK applicable law is not applied. So it appears to be undermining the model law and other countries' resolution process, but on facts, on paper, it appears that there is a minor percentage of cases, probably hardly 1%, which may be not even 1%, which may be affected by this case of Gibbs. Now, another important aspect in the cross-border insolvency is this court cooperation, which is the Judicial Insolvency Network, or in short called as the JIN. And the birth of the JIN guidelines. The JIN held its inaugural conference in Singapore on 10th and 11th October 2016, which concluded with the issuance of a set of guidelines titled Guidelines for Communication and Cooperation Between Courts in Cross-Border Insolvency Matters, also known as the JIN Guidelines. The first JIN members contributed to the drafting of the JIN Guidelines. The JIN Guidelines received the most important overall development award presented by the Global Restructuring Review. The objectives and functions are that the JIN Guidelines address key aspects of and the modalities of communication and cooperation amongst the courts, insolvency representatives, and other parties involved in cross-border insolvency proceedings, including the conduct of joint hearings. The overarching aim of the JIN Guidelines is the preservation of enterprise value and the reduction of legal cost. 16 countries have adopted the JIN Guidelines so far. The model on cross-border insolvency says that there must be court-to-court cooperation, but how that will be done is not mentioned. So model law is 1997 and these GIN guidelines are 2016, so fairly recent. And these were drafted and put into motion at Singapore. And Singapore is the leading proponent of this GIN guidelines. And so this is a judicial cooperation. This is a separate protocol or charter which is to be adopted and incorporated between the various courts. So now in the cross-border insolvency draft part C, India maintains that we will go with the reciprocity requirement. So with all those countries whom we want to adopt the cross-border insolvency, then there can be the judicial insolvency network can also be adopted with those countries. So basically this is to facilitate the judicial and the court-to-court cooperation. Some early committees on the insolvency and corporate law reforms. So initially the Iradi committee report recommended that model law on cross-border insolvency be implemented in India, and they suggested amendment of Part 7 of the Companies Act and to enable inbound and outbound requests for recognition of foreign proceedings and coordination of proceedings in 2 or more states and participation of foreign creditors in insolvency proceedings. Then RBI drafted the Dr. N.L. Mitra committee in 2001. So in 2001, this RBI Dr. N. Mitra committee drafted the first comprehensive draft bankruptcy code of 2001. And observations were Indian laws on cross-border insolvency are outdated and are not comparable to international legal standards. In the event of an international insolvency proceeding involving an Indian company, Indian courts are unlikely to provide any aid or assistance to a foreign liquidator. So this committee also suggested to adopt the model law on cross-border insolvency, apart from proposing a comprehensive bankruptcy code, and they also drafted the first bankruptcy code in 2001. Companies Act had the winding up proceedings. So for companies registered in India under Companies Act 56, the courts to have jurisdiction to hear and adjudicate upon proceedings, irrespective of the fact the main business of the company may be carried out elsewhere. In such proceedings, Indian as well as foreign creditors can prove their debt. In case of companies that are not registered in India, winding up proceedings may be initiated under Section 584 of the Companies Act 56 if it had a place of business in India and in the following circumstances. If the company is dissolved or has ceased to carry on business or is carrying on business only for the purpose of winding up its affairs, if the company is unable to pay its debts, if the court is of opinion that it is just and equitable that the company should be wound up. So as we have seen, Section 13 and 44A of the CPC provide for the treatment of foreign judgments in reciprocating countries as conclusive. So, Section 13 CPC is for recognition and enforcement of foreign orders, and 44A is for the reciprocating countries only, barring certain exceptions such as fraud, judgment not based on merits, not competent jurisdiction, etc., provided in Section 14. Section 14 of the CPC provides these grounds in case the foreign order is not vitiated by any of these conditions, then the application filed under Section 13 for recognition and enforcement is usually allowed. So this is the basic, I have explained to you the main cases and the structure and principles I have few more cases which I can read out. So one more case is there. So, it is an interesting element of the date. So what is the relevance of the date? So as in the case of Eurofood, we have seen that the date is also important because the date of priority also determines which country will be considered to be the main proceeding. So assuming so that Eurofood is a case from the European Union where both these countries, Ireland and Italy, belong to the European Union, and above their courts, above their sovereign courts is the EU court, which decision are binding on these uh, member state courts. But in international arena, in private matters or commercial matters, there is no international commercial court which can take a decision or resolve the dispute between, let's say, Australia and US. So if assuming a situation like Eurofood were to arise in Australia and US, so let's say this Eurofood had its registered office in Ireland and the holdco was situated in Italy. Let's say we have a case where a company has a registered office in Australia, but they have substantial assets and control in US. So what will happen? So both in both these places, the creditors will have a reason. Creditors can say in Australia that this is the place of registered office. So presumption is in favor of COMI. So we can file insolvency application. And the creditors in US will argue that in US the holdco is situated, so we have a reason to file the insolvency main proceedings in US. So now what is the rule of priority? So the rule of priority also plays a role here. In case the Australian proceedings are filed prior in time, then apart from it being the registered office, the proceedings started prior in time will also have a bearing on whether the US will admit the insolvency application, that is chapter 11, or it will admit the cross-border insolvency application for the recognition and enforcement of the Australian proceeding. So one of these cases is the Morning Mist Holdings, and the US Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit ruled that the COMI must be determined on the basis of the debtor's activities at or around the time the Chapter 15 petition is filed, rather than on the commencement date of the foreign proceeding. Court may consider the period between the commencement of the foreign insolvency proceeding and the filing of the Chapter 15 petition to ensure that a debtor has not manipulated its COMI in bad faith. And factors that may be considered in determining COMI may include the debtor's liquidation activities. And some of these definitions are also provided. Section 1517B of the US Bankruptcy Code provides that a foreign proceeding shall be recognized as a foreign main proceeding if it is pending in the country where the debtor has the center of its main interest. The US Bankruptcy Code does not define the term COMI, and Section 1516C of the US Bankruptcy Code provides that in the absence of the evidence to the contrary, the debtor's registered office or habitual residence in the case of an individual is presumed to be the debtor's COMI. According to the statute's legislative history, this presumption was included for speed and convenience of proof where there is no serious controversy. And apart from this, the establishment is also defined in section 1502 subsection 2 as any place of operations where the debtor carries out a non-transitory economic activity. So I believe that will be all from my side. I will be sharing this PPT with you. There is one case on public policy, and this is Rosetta Jets Private Limited of Singapore, High Court of 2018. And what happened here was that this Zeta was a registered in Singapore as an airline company. And subsequent to a restructuring, its ownership and control, the control or the holdco was shifted to US. So the bankruptcy was already undergoing in Singapore, but during the bankruptcy process, a restructuring plan provided that this control has been, or the main holding company purchased majority of the shares and assets, which was US based. The holding company and control went on to US, and the US also opened an insolvency proceeding. And then the US court appointed one administrator, and he went to Singapore to get this US insolvency recognized and enforced. So initially, the Singapore court said that this US insolvency proceeding would be contrary to the public policy of Singapore, and they would not want to recognize this US court order, but that was an initial observation. Despite that, they continued to listen to the US administrator's case on merits. And when they listened to the US administrator's case, they found that practically now the control has been shifted. The holding company is in US. So even though the registered office might have been in Singapore, but now the effective control is in US. So hence the Singapore court then stayed its own proceedings and recognized the US proceedings as the main proceedings and did not consider this as violative to the public policy. However, in the initial judgment, it did mention that what is public policy and what can be contrary to the public policy. So we are not concerned what happened in the Jetta case, but we are actually concerned with the ratio or the reasoning, how this case elucidates upon the term contrary to the public policy and manifestly, the term manifestly. What is the use of the term manifestly? Manifestly contrary to the public policy. And this sets a lower threshold to judge the public policy. All right, so that will be all from me. And in case there are questions, you're most welcome.
So if there are questions, we can end the session also.
Yeah, I mean, so you can ask the participants. If the participants have any questions, you are most welcome.
I think there is no question. So on behalf of ICSI Institute of Insolvency Professionals, I'd like to thank you, sir, for taking up the session. Thank you for sparing the time and taking the session. Thank you to all the participants also.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting. Hope this session was informative to the experienced insolvency practitioners.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Very nice session. Very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.